Elections are over. The dust has settled, and now it's time to get back to managing the Tobago House of Assembly. First order of business, Tobago's autonomy. Whereas the newly elected central government pledged improved collaboration with the Tobago House of Assembly, Chief Secretary Farley Augustine will lay a motion requesting that the government review all previous versions of the autonomy bills, along with input from the Tobago House of Assembly, will help identify areas of consensus and refinement and reintroduce the bills in Parliament. Thursday, May 22nd, 2025, the first sitting of the 2021 to 2025 session of the Tobago House of Assembly will kick off at 1:30 p.m. We have reports, members' questions, responses, and a heated debate. As usual, you can come in person or tune in online. Either way, don't miss it.
For our Bicentennial celebrations, we are going to fully immerse you in Tobago's legislative history.
We are going to show you the importance of understanding oneself for the present and future development of our people. And for us, it all starts here.
The celebration starts today, April 23. This marks the day that Governor F.P. Robinson laid the foundation stone for construction of the building in 1821. It took 4 years for the building to be completed, and it is considered to be one of the best examples of Georgian architecture in the region. Today, it stands uptown Scarborough for 2 centuries, and you get a chance to touch 200 years of history at this year's Night of Mystery, Saturday, 26 April 2025. It's a tour of the building, but with a twist.
We kick off the first event for our babies, our future. We wanted to find a unique and creative way of including our preschoolers in our celebration. Little Voice, Big Heritage gives our preschoolers the opportunity to do a little research with the help of mommy, daddy, and of course the teachers, to script a verse about anything legislative and present it to an audience. We'll even help by providing a breakdown of our legislative history from 1825 to 2025 for you to choose from.
The month of May is going to be jam-packed with activities for our young debaters as the highly anticipated primary plenary caravan. Our staff will visit all primary schools and begin training sessions from May 12th. Last year was definitely a learning curve for us. As we visited schools, we quickly learned our primary schoolers wanted to know more. And in an effort to fulfill our mandate of engaging and educating at all levels, we have decided to include their voices in the much talked about autonomy discussions. What will be presented? We just have to wait and see when these primary school students take over the house to hold their debates on Thursday, June 12, 2025.
Listen, we have a full calendar of events on our website. If you scan this code, it will take you straight to all the dates. There's our weekly web series on myths and memories. We tell the stories you love and easy to remember for you to share with your friends and family starting in May.
If you want a deep dive into what really happens in Tobago and not what's just in the books you've read, you'll want to be a part of our panel discussion. Tobago historians, former assemblymen, youth debaters will engage in thought-provoking discourse. Look out for This Is Us, Legacy Cultural Celebration.
During the Tobago Heritage Festival, we would show how Tobago's legislature affected people's lives. People were restricted from becoming members of the Assembly Legislature. But with the number of landed Tobagonians, things started to change. Find out more at our Tobago Heritage Festival presentation in July.
The Assembly building housed a critical part of our island's history.
Let us now pray. O Almighty God, as we have come together to begin our meeting of the Assembly, we humbly beseech you to grant to all our members the light and guidance of your Holy Spirit, that we may wisely take counsel together and come to such decisions as shall promote your glory and the well-being of all our citizens in this our land, so that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be enjoyed by all people. Grant this for the sake of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Good afternoon, everyone. You may be seated.
Oath of allegiance of a new member. Announcements by the presiding officer.
Honorable members, in accordance with Section 21A of the Tobago House of Assembly Act 40 of 1996, the Assembly shall formally declare a vacancy in membership at the first meeting of the Assembly following the vacating of a seat by virtue of Section 14.2 or Section 19.1 and 2. It reads, in accordance with Section 19.1b, the seat of an assemblyman becomes vacant where he submits his resignation to the presiding officer. Honorable members, on April 29, 2025, a letter of resignation was received from Assemblyman Joel Sampson, area representative for Bonaccord Crown Point. Therefore, members, I formally declare a vacancy in membership within the Assembly. Her Excellency Christine Carla Kangaloo, ORTT, President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, was officially informed in writing of the vacancy within the Assembly on May 6, 2025, by the clerk in accordance with Section 23. Additionally, this vacancy shall not be filled, nor a by-election be conducted in accordance with Section 21.3 of the Tobago House of Assembly Act 40 of 1996. However, due to Assemblyman Sampson's resignation, there is a vacancy within the Public Accounts Committee, and it would subsequently be filled by Assemblyman Megan Morrison. Honorable members, I have not received received any leave of absence for today's sitting.
Assembly bills sent back from Cabinet. Assembly laws brought back from Parliament. Petitions, papers.
Secretary of Finance, Trade and the Economy.
Good afternoon, Madam Presiding Officer. I stand to lay the monthly budget report for the month of February 2025.
Presentation of reports from Dispute Resolution Commission, select committees. Chief Secretary's questions.
I don't see the Chief Secretary here. Leader of Assembly Business?
Madam Presiding Officer, may we defer the Chief Secretary's questions for about 5 minutes, please?
Request for deferral approved. Clerk?
Questions to secretaries. Questions for oral answer.
Minority Councillor, Mrs. Petal Benoit. Daniel Benoit.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Question number 264 to the Secretary of Tourism, Culture, Antiquities and Transportation, Councillor Tashia Burris.
I do not see Councillor Boris in chambers. My Leader of Assembly Business, can you please account for her absence?
May I do so now, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
We would move on to the next question posed by Minority Councillor, Mrs. Petal Daniel Benoit.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Question number 267 to the Secretary of Food Security, Natural Resources and the Environment and the Sustainable Development, Assemblyman Natisha Charles Panton.
Assemblyman Natisha Charles Panton.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. As it relates to the Tobago Agritech Technology Services Limited, can the Secretary provide a list of positions along with the terms of engagement for each position of the Tobago Agritech Services Limited and an outline of the hiring process for each position? Today, the recently established Tobago Agritechnology Services Limited company has only 4 members of staff, a conservative number on short-term employment, until an HR consultant has completed the report on the recommended organizational structure. On staff, a BOA 2, Business Operations Assistant 2 at $8,000, Business Operations 1 at $5,500, Research Officer $9,681, and Customer Service Representative $5,100.
Any follow-up questions, Minority Councillor?
Yes, Madam Presiding Officer, the last part of the question and outline the hiring processes for each position.
Assemblyman Charles Panton, can you conclude the question, please?
The hiring process, as I stated earlier, right? The same hiring process that Foster Cummins, ex-Minister Foster Cummins would have used under the Ministry of National Service and Youth Development, where he hired over 60 short-term employees. The same process, exact process of short-term employment, until the HR consultant rolls out the organizational structure, because you know that's a process. You have to go through procurement and all of that to get a consultant, right? That was something established by his colleagues in Trinidad. So he understands how long it takes to procure services. So until the HR consultant does his or her work, then we have to operate on those 4 members of staff. So it's the exact process. Yeah? Thank you.
Thank you.
Minority Councillor,
Yes,
follow-up?
thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I just want to confirm that the Secretary is saying that there is no process to engage these employees. And Madam Presiding Officer, I also would like to...
Members, I'm not going to tolerate any disrespect today. Thank you. Minority Councillor?
Yes, Madam Presiding Officer, I'm going to also inquire from the Secretary, when will the process commence to substantially engage these short-term employees?
Assemblyman Charles Panton.
Madam Presiding Officer, I'm confused about the question by the minority. Short-term employment is what it is, short-term. And until the organizational structure has been built out by the consultant, then I cannot speak to timelines, I cannot say that the 4 will be engaged permanently. I cannot speak to anything until the process of building out the organizational structure happens. But if you need any clarity, can I recommend, Madam Presiding Officer, that she consult with her close colleague in Trinidad, Foster Cummins, about how he hired 60 short-term, 60, a ridiculous figure, operating for years.
Thank you, Assemblyman Pantin.
Thank you,
Madam Presiding Officer, yes, follow-up. I'm asking, and if the Secretary will answer the questions appropriately, it will serve her better. Follow-up question, Madam Presiding Officer, when will the process to have the organizational structure conclude? Is it that this is going to continue indefinitely? I am sure there's a time period
and she
upon
just
which
responded
this
to that
exercise.
question.
She
Do you have
said
another question?
she did not respond. She said she doesn't know.
That's
Yeah,
a response.
I doesn't know. I don't know. Sorry, she doesn't know.
Yeah, what are you fixing?
Any follow-up questions? Thank you. Assemblyman Duke? So, one moment. Leader of Assembly Business, you were to report on the status of Councillor Boris.
She is indisposed at the moment, Madam Presiding Officer.
Would she be attending today's sitting?
Yes, Madam Presiding Officer.
We will defer. Would she be attending within?
She said she sent an email to you, Madam Presiding Officer.
Clerk, did you receive any email? No?
Let's check.
Thank you, Leader of Assembly Business. We are going to defer question 2.
Madam Presiding Officer, the next sitting, we don't have the opportunity to ask questions. This will mean that question is now on the order paper deferred
What do you
for
mean by the
over
next
6.
question? The next sitting you
The
wouldn't be
next
able to-
sitting we deal with the budget, and then we go into recess, and then we come back in September. This is unacceptable.
Thank you, Minority Leader. Questions until Secretary Boris. I would ask Leader of Assembly Business if you would hasten the footsteps of your colleague. But until she gets here, questions posed to Councillor Boris are deferred. That would also mean question 268 in Mr. Assemblyman Duke's name. Yes? Moving on to question 269, Minority Leader.
Question 269 to the Secretary of Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development, Assemblyman Trevor James.
Assemblyman James.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Part A of the question, Lamy Road project. Payments made to date, $3 million VAT inclusive. Part B, can the Secretary provide a detailed breakdown of each payment made, including the specific amounts paid to date, the dates on which they were paid? So, Lamy Road, $3 million was paid on the 30th of September 2024. Shervan to Storby Local Road, $32,541,593.59 was paid on the 27th of December 2024. Dodgeford to Smithfield Connector, there were 3 payments, total payments to date, $19,480,061.0. First payment was made on the 12th of June to a value of $9,740,030.55. Second payment was made on the 29th of September 2023 in $1,367,000. And the third payment on the 28th of May 2024, $8,373,030.55. On the Milford to Pigeon Point Connector Road, there have been no payments to date.
Follow-up, Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Having received in this House a commitment from the Chief Secretary that no payment will be made to these contractors with respect to these contracts before works are completed and 9 months thereafter, can the Secretary explain what has caused this about change? Because this was a commitment given to the people of Tobago in this honorable chamber.
Assemblyman James.
Madam Presiding Officer, I can't contemplate speaking on behalf of the Chief Secretary. However, Dutchford to Smithfield was in fact paid after the project was finished. If you are listening to the dates, the first payment was on the 12th of June 2023, and the final payment was on the 20th of May 2024. The Lamy Road project, the project value is $22 million plus. There were some commercial issues on the project requiring changes to certain terms of condition. That led to $3 million being paid to date. The project, as far as I'm told, is 91% complete. On the Shervan-Store Bay Local Road, the public and the minority leader is aware of many hurdles we have encountered on the project, requiring us to amend certain clauses of the contract. To date, the project is 90% complete, and the payment made to date is $32 million, as I've stated before, plus dollars.
Follow-up, Minority.
Madam Presiding Officer, having given the justification for omitting Tobago contractors from these projects as to the fact that they were build, design, finance, meaning these contractors were supposed to bring their
Question,
funds.
Minority.
The question is, the question therefore is, did they mislead the people of Tobago in telling the people of Tobago that they had engaged in build, design, and finance, which by FIDIC rules means that the payment comes after the completion?
Minority.
Did they mislead the people of Tobago when they said they were embarking on build, design, finance contracts? Because what he just explained is not build, design, finance.
Assemblyman James.
If I listen to that rant, the only question I heard is whether we misled the public. The answer to that is no.
Follow-up, Minority.
Is the Secretary prepared to take responsibility for the destruction of the construction sector by way of these contracts in Tobago? Because he said when you advance the cause of others outside of Tobago, what you are in fact doing is building an economy outside of Tobago. And if in this situation...
Minority, I would ask you to rephrase that question.
So the question is simple. Will this Secretary take responsibility for building an economy outside of Tobago?
Assemblyman James.
Madam Presiding Officer, I came to the House determined to be good today, and I would try my best to hold to that intent. However, the responsibility for the destruction of the economy of Tobago lies squarely in the hands of those who led the Assembly for the last 21 years before me. before we came to office, there was absolutely no direct foreign investment in Tobago for 21 years. The minority leader is attempting over and over and over to make a case for his few friends who they committed more than $700 million. I'm speaking. More than $700 million. When the report is saying that the value is less than $300 million. And he comes to the house, every month he comes to the house attempting to say that these few contractors who pilfered from the coffers of Tobago.
Minority leader, minority leader, minority leader. You asked a question. You asked a question. Minority leader. You asked a question. Please allow him to complete his answer.
But he cannot impute improper motives while...
Who is he imputing improper motives against?
He's claiming that the PNM, of which I'm a part of, pilfered and the people...
Minority leader. Members, please.
Madam Presiding Officer, the
minority leader, please have a seat. Minority leader, please have a seat. And I'm going to caution you, minority leader. Minority leader.
Wicked.
Can you kindly take a 5-minute break, please? Kindly take a 5-minute break, please. I will ask you to step outside. Regain your composure. Members, I am not going to allow this back and forth to happen today. Kindly step outside, regain your composure, and 5 minutes, minority leader. Minority leader, 5 minutes outside of this chamber, please. Minority leader, this is the last time I'm speaking to you. 5 minutes outside of the chamber, please. Thank you, and I am not going to allow the disrespect to continue. There are protocols to this house, and I'm sure that everybody is aware of it. Please follow the protocols and be guided by the standing orders of this house. Minority councillor.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Question number 276 to the Secretary of Food Security, Natural Resources, the Environment and Sustainable Development, Assemblyman Natisha Charles.
Assemblyman Natisha Charles Panton.
It relates to the Harvest at James Park initiative held on Friday, 28 March 2025. Can the Secretary confirm the following? Was this event a THA-related event or was it a private event? If it was a THA-related event, what was the cost of the event? And if it was a private event, was any financial support given by the THA? If yes, what was the contribution to the THA? Madam Presiding Officer, my grandmother had 13 children, and she kept harvest without taxpayers' money. My parents, my deceased father, kept harvest. Everybody knew my parents kept harvest in Mason Hall. And they did so without taxpayers' money. So as far as I'm concerned, I have no questions to answer here because taxpayers' money was not used. Thank you, Madam President.
Minority councillor.
Madam Presiding Officer, again, the question is if it was a THA-related event. Was the event a THA-related event? The simple answer is yes or no.
Natasha Charles Pantin, Assemblyman Pantin. Question B, part B of this question, please.
The event was not a THA event.
Thank you. Minority Councillor. Can you kindly escort the minority leader back into the house, please? Minority Leader, question 277.
Question 277 to the Secretary of Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development.
Assemblyman Trevor James, question 277.
In all his life. And so he has a fixation with road projects. This particular question is in fact related to the one that he walked out on. And status of the project. The work on the project was stopped, and the division is determining the settlement strategy to end the contract. A number of issues caused this, including but not limited to property acquisition, among other stuff.
Minority Leader, follow up.
Can the Secretary explain to us the procurement process that got us to this destructive path, where the work has to be stopped and incomplete after 4 years, 3.5 years? Can you explain to us, walk us through the procurement process that got us to this contractor that cannot complete this job?
Minority, I'm just going to ask you to repeat your question again because I'm hearing two questions inside it.
Can the Secretary walk us through the procurement process that identified this contractor who they are now in the midst of terminating his contract?
Assemblyman Trevor James.
As you will know, Madam Presiding Officer, this is a project that was tendered, and now I'm speaking off my head because I didn't come prepared for that specific question, which I don't like to do, but the project, I believe, was tendered in 2022. The process was approved and accepted by the administrator, the administration. It was a legitimately tendered project. It was a design, build, finance modality, and out of an appraisal process, this contractor was selected.
Follow-up, Minority.
How many, specific to this contract, how many contractors, companies participated in this specific process and project? How many contractors would have submitted bids, etc.?
Assemblyman James.
Madam Presiding Officer, I'll have to come back to the House with that answer to that question. I really do not remember.
I will ask that you submit that in writing to the minority's office on or before the next sitting of the House.
As you order, Madam Presiding Officer.
Minority Leader, follow-up question. Final one.
Given that this road was deemed an emergency, is the Secretary now confirming it is no longer an emergency after 3.5 years?
Assemblyman James.
Sometimes I feel that the minority requires a lecture in contract management and so on, but I shan't give it to him today. The decision to execute projects are taken at the executive level. The executive weighs information that a secretary would bring and makes a decision on the merits of that. And at the time, in fact, we were, if I remember correctly, we were building out our first, most successful ever Tobago Carnival that has proven to be the fillip, if that is the word, to the growth of the economy in Tobago. And it was deemed necessary to have additional egress and exit routes out of Canaan, Bonaccord, Crown Point to provide access to Pigeon Point, given that at the time, jazz and other festivities were being held at Pigeon Point, and it was a HSE hazard with one route in and out, and the vision was to take that road from, where is that, Center Street, I believe, all the way down into Pigeon Point to provide connectivity, access and egress to Pigeon Point, access and egress to Mount Pleasant Development, additional access and egress to Milford Court. That was the intent behind the road, and that vision was executed by the division. It's unfortunate that the contract is at the stage that it is, but I'm happy to say that we have expended $0 on this project.
As previously stated, questions posed to Councillor Boris are deferred to the next sitting. I haven't seen her as yet. We would then go back to Chief Secretary's question. We now have the Chief Secretary here with us. Minority Leader, question 1.
Seems like everybody is doing what they want in this house. Of the 44 projects identified for implementation in this fiscal year, how many have been completed to date, and what percentage are currently underway or delayed?
Chief Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. To date, 5 are completed. All the others are underway, with 85% of those already past the contract stage, and there is only one of the 44 that has been changed from the original listing. Greater details will come in the budget debate in June.
Question 2, Minority Leader.
With respect to the recent court judgment awarding payment to Nasvik Contractors Limited, has the THA complied with the order and made the necessary payment? If not, what is the timeline for settlement?
Chief Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. The Tobago House of Assembly was paying Nasvik prior to the judgment, was paying Nasvik during the court case that we did not know about, and have paid Nasvik post the court case. All payments are not yet complete, and payments will be made as funds are available. There is no set timeline.
Question 3, Minority Leader.
What is the THA's current liability to contractors in terms of outstanding payments, and what structured plan, including timeline, exists for settling these obligations?
Chief Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Upon assuming office, this administration inherited from the PNM a debt, and this is only on the development side, capital development side, $901,076,321. So far, out of that $901+ million, the Tobago House of Assembly have paid $278 million. There is a further $150 million that we will not be paying in accordance with the audit report. That brings the total takeaway from the debt to $428 million, and it means that we have remaining $473 million to pay.
Question 4, Minority Leader.
Given that the Secretary of Health, Wellness and Social Protection stated that $1.4 million was spent on 4 ambulances that are reportedly valued at less than $500,000 each, can the Chief Secretary confirm whether the Executive Council will launch a formal investigation into the procurement process to determine if there were any financial irregularities or breaches of procurement guidelines?
Chief Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Presiding Officer. As far as the Executive Council is aware, there is no ambulance with a reported value of $500,000. And until such time as that becomes evidential, there is no investigation at present.
Clerk.
Of bills, motions relating to the business or sittings of the Assembly, and moved by a Secretary or Assistant Secretary. Public business, motion.
Chief Secretary, Assemblyman Farley Chavez Augustine, you may now move your motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Presiding Officer.
Before you begin, Chief Secretary, allow me to address members in the gallery. You are specially invited guests to these sittings, and I am asking that from now, moving forward, that all your cell phones be turned off or placed on silent. Should you not comply, you will be asked to leave. Thank you. You may continue.
Thank you very much, Madam Presiding Officer. I wish to thank you, Madam Presiding Officer, to present this motion standing in my name. The motion reads as follows. The Tobago House of Assembly, whereas the Tobago House of Assembly is assigned responsibility for key areas under the 5th schedule of Act 40 of 1996, and whereas limitations in legislative authority, regulatory control, and financing continue to affect the Tobago House of Assembly's ability to fully execute these responsibilities. And whereas since 1977, following the parliamentary motion moved by the Honorable A.N.R. Robinson calling for internal self-government, the people of Tobago have consistently pursued greater autonomy to manage their own affairs more effectively. And whereas the newly elected government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago has pledged improved collaboration with the Tobago House of Assembly, be it resolved, this Assembly welcomes that commitment and signals its readiness to work with the government to advance Tobago's development, and be it further resolved that the government, through the Attorney General and the Chief Parliamentary Council, work with the Tobago House of Assembly to expand its legislative and regulatory authority over key areas in the 5th schedule and to draft the necessary legal amendments in collaboration with the Tobago House of Assembly's legal team. And be it further resolved that the government review all previous versions of the autonomy bills with input from the Tobago House of Assembly, identify areas of consensus and refinement, and reintroduce the bills in Parliament at the shortest possible period, and be it further resolved that the Chief Secretary transmits this motion and a supporting policy paper to the Prime Minister at the earliest opportunity following its passage. Madam Presiding Officer, I recognize that in this space, what is supposed to be a very simple motion is somehow troubling to a few. So I wish to take my time today to go through with some measure of detail and calmness what is the intent of the motion and what we hope to achieve post the passage of this motion. This motion essentially speaks to the expansion of legislative and regulatory authority for the Tobago House of Assembly. We acknowledge, even now, as we are having this motion, the work of so many others who went before me and went before all of us in this House. Of course, long before there was Robinson, there was Bigat, and thanks to Bigat, this year, we'll be celebrating 100 years of the country's first government-assisted and, Tobago's first government-assisted school and the country's first co-educational school. Because Bigat had to go to Trinidad to make some noise and to say, look, Tobago is being treated indifferently. Tobago is being treated as an outcast. Following him, we had A.P.T. James, and he was the first union member, first union leader to actually represent the island of Tobago. A.P.T. James, lovingly called Fargo, because he was thought to be like that almost indestructible truck when it comes to debates. Then we had in 1977, Tobago making a bold and revolutionary step in getting rid of the PNM and voting for one A.N.R. Robinson and Mr. Winston Murray, later on Dr. Winston Murray. And this signaled the post-independence era's fight for autonomy for the island of Tobago. In 1977, in a parliament where they stood alone, where they were the minority of the minority, they were able to get for the people of Tobago, for the first time, the reintroduction of the Tobago House of Assembly through Act 37 of 1980. Their motion gave way to a committee of parliament that later produced the Simongal draft, 1978 to 79. And while Simongal's draft was quite progressive, and while Simongal was a member of the PNM in the parliament, Simongal's draft was too progressive for Dr. Eric Williams that did not value the people, who did not value the people of Tobago. We have had, since then, the likes of Pamela Nicholson, who, along with A.N.R. Robinson during the 17-17-2 arrangement, getting for us what we now have, which is Act 40 of 1996, that expanded the authority and the legislative framework governing the Tobago House of Assembly. And while most of the elements are not enshrined in the Constitution, we have been able, through the work of Ms. Nicholson and Mr. Robinson then, to have enshrined in the Constitution the institution that is the Tobago House of Assembly, the Executive Council, and the position of the Chief Secretary. We have had several other critical contributors to the autonomy discourse, whether it was Dr. Jeff Davidson, who took time in his seminal book to explore the fight, and as he puts it, Tobago versus the PNM, all the way up to Mr. Hochoy Charles. Mr. Charles became the first Chief Secretary in December of 1996. As a matter of fact, the story goes that Mr. Charles and the NAR won the election practically on the same day that the bill was assented to by the president. And therefore, he had the work of building up the infrastructure that we have today, called the Tobago House of Assembly. Following him, it will be remiss of me not to mention that also in this fight included the work of former Chief Secretary Mr. Orville London, who must be given credit for having the most extensive public consultations on the issue of Tobago autonomy. And though many in the legal fraternity felt that the Tobago House of Assembly had no authority in law to pass a bill that sought to abridge the Constitution and to then send that down to Parliament, Mr. London pressed forward and in fact passed a bill which was transmitted to Parliament for Parliament to consider and to then enact laws for a new Tobago House of Assembly. Notwithstanding that, Madam Presiding Officer, it must be noted that it took about 10 years, despite the fact that there was PNM in Tobago and PNM in Trinidad, before those bills see the light of any day. If we go to the central government, in 2013, then Prime Minister Kamala Persad-Bissessar, she brought bills to the Parliament, well, a bill to the Parliament, to make major changes to the Constitution. That bill fell flat as the opposition leader and the opposition voiced their opposition to the bill and their feelings that Tobagonians weren't duly consulted, and they walked out on the process. 10 years or so after that, we got in the Parliament bills being introduced by the Dr. Keith Rowley-led central government. There were some committee meetings, some virtual, some involving Tobagonians. And then those bills were placed on hold in 2021 because many Tobagonians felt at that time that those bills did not reflect what they, through Mr. Orville London, sent down to the Parliament. More than that, Madam Presiding Officer, I want to tell you that I was in another place, along with the now Deputy Chief Secretary, and we were part of a team being chaired by then Independent Senator Dr. Remy. There were representatives, plural, from the PNM, representatives from CivilNet, representatives from by the party that is represented by Mr. Nkosi, and all of us in the political space. We sat there in 2021. We went through every single line of the then Keith Rowley's bill. We agreed on areas where there were dissonance between Keith Rowley's bill and what the people of Tobago said they wanted. We recommended solutions that would bring those bills back in alignment with what the people of Tobago wanted. And when it was time to sign on the dotted line, the PNM representatives then said, look, we are comfortable with what's in the bill. Half a loaf is better than nothing. In other words, they were telling Tobagonians, take little and live long. Literally. But there were two brave people in the room, Mr. Hochoy Charles and myself. And we said we will write every single parliamentarian together and highlight the areas that we highlighted through that process that required fixing. That then led to the bill being postponed and a promise that there will be broader public consultation before the bills make their way back to Parliament. Fast forward to 2024. In 2024, as the former Prime Minister was rushing to have a coup in his own party, rushing to prepare for an election, rushing to usher in his 1% friend to be head of the country, a bill or the bills were reintroduced again, even without the promised public consultations from 2021. And again, I had to remind the Prime Minister and remind the Parliament that there were elements of those bills that the people of Tobago did not want. And so an aid memoir was sent. Madam Presiding Officer, we are here because when this country got started, the truth is Tobago was not considered. We should not be at this place. When this country was started, and perhaps I should share with you as I dug into my archives what the sentiment was when this country was being started. That will explain why we are still here. And if we go to our then major or lone newspaper in 1962, on the 30th of August, it was a Thursday, the headline says, Trinidad set for independence. This is the day before. So Trinidad is set for independence. Not Trinidad and Tobago, Trinidad set for independence. And then when we look on the day of independence, on August 31st, it says, Trinidad now becomes a nation. Trinidad, not Trinidad and Tobago. This is important. It is important because when our people, and I'm saying our people, using that phrase loosely, went to represent this country in London, at Westminster, to make arrangements for our independence, Tobago was not considered an important enough voice to be in that room. But I'm not surprised, because that has been the underpinning philosophy of the PNM for all of these years. That they must lead, they and they alone must lead, and when they lead, Tobago must not be considered an equal, because in their mind, Tobago is still very much a ward of Trinidad. And so we are here today with a simple motion, yet again, appealing to a new government in Port of Spain, saying to the new government in Port of Spain that this historical injustice is still outstanding, and we have to do something about it. I will not rest, whether I am Chief Secretary or whether I'm ordinary citizen Farley, I will not rest until Tobago gets its autonomy. Because, Madam Presiding Officer, I am resolute in my mind that my daughter must not have the same fight I have. In this house, most members here are under the age of 50. Most of the members here are under the age of 50. And yet, we find ourselves in the same fight. Our parents, our grandparents, our great-grandparents, and all the great-great-great-parents before them had to fight since the decision was taken in Westminster, London, to force Tobago into a country named Trinidad. So we are here. What has happened in the recent past that precipitated us being here? In the recent past, Madam Presiding Officer, I pulled together a team of individuals that included persons from former Chief Secretary London's team, Constitution team, to look at the matter, to prepare documents, and to provide guidance to the National Parliament. We, in very early 2023, provided every single parliamentarian with this matrix. In this matrix, Madam Presiding Officer, it looked at the bill that Mr. London sent to the Parliament. It looked at the Rowley's bill. It looked at the difference between the two bills, and it highlighted the areas for fixes so that the bills that Dr. Rowley carried before the Parliament will be in alignment with what his own PNM Chief Secretary, Mr. London, sent down to Trinidad. The independent senators confirmed receipt. The members of the opposition, both lower and upper house, confirmed receipt. Members of the government have confirmed receipt. It is only the two reps in Tobago who pretended that they never received this. And that's why Tobago kicked them behind out of office.
Assemblyman Augustine, I am going to caution you about your words. Please retract.
So let me retract.
Apologize to your members.
Apologize to your chair.
And move forward.
And rephrase. And that's why Tobagonians kicked them out of office. Because this bill
was a point of order. If my ears serve me right, I think you did ask the honorable member to apologize to the members of the House, to apologize to the chair and not the House. So I will want to.
Thank you very much, Madam Presiding Officer. This matrix, Madam Presiding Officer, if it was utilized by the members of the Parliament, it would have averted the disaster that happened in late 2024 when they returned with the bills without adjusting it to meet the demands of the people of Tobago. But one must appreciate that the PNM was never interested in giving Tobagonians what Tobagonians wanted. They were interested in giving Tobagonians what they wanted. I can recall having heated arguments with the then AG, Alwari, the then Minister of Agriculture, Mrs. Robinson-Regis as well, about the fact that we did not just even want Tobago to be defined, including its maritime boundaries and its airspace, super-adjacent airspace, but we wanted legislative authority over those spaces. And I could recall Mr. Alwari saying, no, we don't even think it's a good idea that you now have 6 miles under Act 40 of 1996. That is not the best legal position for the country. But it wasn't that it's not the best legal position for the country. It's because the PNM's intent has always been to keep Tobago under their control. And the people of Tobago have always rejected that. So we are here today, Madam Presiding Officer, and this motion is resolute that we do 4 things. The first thing this motion does is that it recognizes the position of the current Prime Minister. The current Prime Minister, who in her maiden speech to the country made it clear that when we sing in our anthem side by side, it must mean that there is equality between the islands of Trinidad and the island of Tobago. Equality between both islands. Not a dogmatic approach, not one island bigger and better and better than the other, not one island being bigger brother. As a matter of fact, if we are to check age, Tobago is by far a much more mature society historically. And I think, Madam Presiding Officer, you are a historian. That's what you studied. This parliament that we're sitting today is older than the Red House that they spent $400 million to renovate, because this institution is older than theirs. And the current Prime Minister, so far, has mooted a position where she believes both islands are equal. And Madam Presiding Officer, so long as the government continues to adopt that as the policy approach, the government will have my support. Any Prime Minister that sees Tobago as less, that sees Tobagonians as 60,000 crabs in a barrel, cannot get my support. Any Prime Minister that respects the people of Tobago will get my support. I am on record as saying that Kamala's 2013 bill was flawed, and her approach then was flawed. I am on record as saying that the Rowley bills, they were flawed, and his approach also flawed. And so this motion hopes that Mrs. Prasad Bissessa have learned from her 2013 experience, and that she is going to approach this with 2 different lenses. That's the first resolution, recognizing that the current Prime Minister has adopted an approach where she's saying both islands are equal. The second resolution says, Madam Presiding Officer, that the government through the Attorney General and the Chief Parliamentary Council work with the Tobago House of Assembly to expand its legislative and regulatory authority over key areas in the 5th schedule and to draft the necessary legal amendments in collaboration with the THA's legal team. This second resolution is simple. We, at this moment, have Act 40 of 1996. That is what we have for the foreseeable future. We don't know how long it will take for us to get to the place where a new bill or new bills are reintroduced to the Parliament. We can't, in this House, set that timeline. Only the National Parliament can set such a timeline based on their legislative agenda. Additionally, given what is required to take us to the place to have a new bill introduced to the Parliament, that is fluid. To have new bills introduced to the Parliament, it means, Madam Presiding Officer, that firstly the government have to review all the previous bills that went before the Parliament. It means that in that review process, the Tobago House of Assembly must be engaged. It means that the people of Tobago must be engaged. It means, Madam Presiding Officer, that in order for new bills to get to the Parliament, that legal draftsmen, drafters, have to get involved so that the appropriate legalese and structure is used to the bill. We can't put a timeline on that. And so what we are saying in this second resolution is that we currently have Act 40 of 1996 that we have not fully utilized. And we are saying to the central government clearly, loudly, firmly, that every single iota of Act 40 of 1996 must be recognized, must be allowed to take place in Tobago based on the law until we get to the place where we can have the new bill or bills presented to the Parliament. We have a fifth schedule in the law that lists some 33 plus areas. And one will recognize easily that there is a difference with how we treat with some areas versus the others. On that list of 33, we have education, including curriculum. This administration is the first one to do something about curriculum and to be actively developing the Tobago-centric curriculum. It didn't happen before because previous THAs just adopted whatever curriculum our Ministry of Education provided. But when we look at the division of education, we pay the teachers, we determine when a school opens and closes, we set some policy guidelines for principals, we have district assessments that we do, we are the ones setting up the infrastructure for the schools. We are the ones doing the school repair program. That's been managed from right here. And that's why when we had storms last year, we could have easily said, no school tomorrow. We didn't ask any minister in Port of Spain if we could call off school. We don't. When we go to health through TRHA, this executive appoints by sending down a note to cabinet. We are the ones who select the people for the TRHA board. We set the guidelines for the hospitals. We are preparing right now to install brand new CT scanners at the hospital. Multiple millions worth. No central government decided that as a policy directive for the THA. We decided that. And so it is with so many other areas. When we want to close a road to do repairs, or to close it to do mountain hill climb for motorsport, we are not writing to a minister in Trinidad asking them for permission to do so. No, we're not. We're doing it. So how it is in some areas of the fifth schedule, we have exclusive executive administrative authority and controls, but we don't have for some other areas. How can we have that for education? Because the law allows for that in the fifth schedule, but we don't have it for town and country planning. But we don't have it for air and sea ports. We don't have it for public utilities. So WASA doesn't need to consult anybody here to ask anybody here about what our priorities are or where are the areas most affected by the lack of water. They could just come and do what they want. Telecommunications, tea and tech. How come we don't treat with public utilities in the same way we treat with teachers in education, or medical professionals in health, or farmers and fishers in agriculture? Why do we have authority over everything in environment, but really and truly a stifled involvement in EMA? As a matter of fact, one of the court cases with EMA about that road going through Friendship, because, Madam Presiding Officer, you know the PNM utilized agencies of state as though they were PNM party groups. One of
Members, I would ask that you remember when interrupting a member how you go ahead to proceed with that. If you're standing on a point of order, you need to indicate that. And also the member has to give way. Right? Continue, please.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. You see, truth hurts. But in that court case, Madam Presiding Officer, Justice Sipasal, you know what he pointed out? He said, yes, I see where you should be executing the thing, but you don't have an agency. And because you don't have an agency, we have to rely on where there is one. So in other words, the court was beginning to recognize that, look, you're supposed to have your own agency. On Tuesday, I was at the opening of a facility built by a private real estate developer who publicly called me out and said, look, you need to have AMA and town country planning in Tobago because it is stifling private sector growth. And he gave his experience where AMA came to his project. He said to AMA, I don't need AMA approvals for this. AMA gave him a court order to stop. And then 7 months later, writing to say you don't need AMA approval. That is wickedness. And that is deliberate against the people of Tobago.
Assemblyman
deliberate. Madam President.
Augustine, I'm again cautioning you with your words. Please use parliamentary type language in the chamber.
Madam Presiding Officer, these agencies of state have been deliberate in restricting and stifling the growth of Tobagonians. Yes. Customs and excise, licensing. Well, I want to see if the Transport Commissioner will have backative now, to use a colloquial term, to go on television and lie about members of the Assembly, or to send licensing officers at the homes of private individuals.
I was just about to caution him about that. Assemblyman Augustine, please be careful with your words. Retract and continue, please.
I retract, Madam Presiding Officer, and I'll use the word support instead.
You have 5 more minutes of speaking time.
I'll use the word support instead. The Valuations Department, Statistics and Information, to name a few. And allow me to give an example of, a more detailed example about town country planning. I met with the then minister, who is now opposition leader, across at Victor Bruce. She brought her PS, she brought her lawyers, I brought the team from Tobago. We explored the law, look at town country planning, and we said, good, we will start to plan for it. We pledged that we will prepare the space at PRDI. A sign is on the wall right now as we speak, saying town country planning. We pledged financial support for digitizing our records. We pledged to subsume the staff from town country planning, and we proceeded to have Executive Council minutes done and approved to that effect. Our team went down and sat with the Chief Parliamentary Council, the Attorney General's office, members from the Ministry of Planning, and they agreed that we were writing law. Only to come some months after to say, well, if you want town country planning, you have to ask the Prime Minister if you could get it. Not that the law says you can't get it and utilize it. We have to ask an individual to get it. And that's why that resolution is there, Madam Presiding Officer. That resolution asking that we have the Chief Parliamentary Council, who, based on the 6th schedule, is supposed to do work in Tobago, and the Attorney General work with our legal team to iron out those kinks to ensure that every single aspect of the 5th schedule, including things like all businesses paying their taxes in Tobago, that those are realized. And then we go to the other resolution, this penultimate one, that asks the government to review all of the previous autonomy bills, not to throw them away, not to start from scratch, to review all of those. Ensure the THA, it doesn't say the Chief Secretary, it doesn't say the Executive Council, it says the Tobago House of Assembly. That means the Minority Leader too, that means the member for Roxborough Argyle too, must have a say in this review process as a way of creating something that we can go back to the people with. Because Tobagonians are consultation fatigued. We have done it over and over and over again. And each time Tobagonians have been saying almost identically what they want. And each time, successive governments, not just the PNM past, have ignored what Tobagonians have said that they wanted. And then the final resolution says that the Chief Secretary must transmit this motion and a policy paper. So we're not just sending the motion, we are sending a policy paper, and I am pledging to make that policy paper public. A policy paper which should guide the government as to the steps they should take. Those steps must include public consultation. Those steps must include the involvement of the Tobago House of Assembly, not the Executive Council, not the Chief Secretary alone. Those steps must ensure that those bills that are there, whether it's the bills sent down by Mr. London, the Keith Rowley bills, that those bills must be reviewed and taken into consideration. Because I'm a firm believer, Madam Presiding Officer, that nobody in this room have any authority to change what the people of Tobago said they wanted. None. Or to omit. Nobody in this room has done, no one in this room has done extensive consultations. None. And so we may have individual ideas as to how we think this thing should work. But ultimately, what we should rely on should be what the people of Tobago said they want. And as far as I am concerned, the Orville bills reflect that the best. And I've said publicly, let us start from there, because that's what the people of Tobago have said that they want. And this bill, this motion, that I am moving in my name, Madam Presiding Officer, allows us to do just that. Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer.
Honourable members, the question proposed is, whereas the Tobago House of Assembly, THA, is assigned the responsibility for key areas under the 5th schedule of Act 40 of 1996, and whereas limitations in legislative authority, regulatory control, and financing continue to affect the THA's ability to fully execute these responsibilities, and whereas since 1977, following the parliamentary motion moved by the Honourable A.N.R. Robinson, calling for internal self-government, the people of Tobago have consistently pursued greater autonomy to manage their own affairs more effectively. And whereas the newly elected government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago has pledged improved collaboration with the THA, be it resolved that this Assembly welcomes that commitment and signals its readiness to work with the government to advance Tobago's development. And be it further resolved that the government, through the Attorney General and the Chief Parliamentary Council, work with the THA to expand its legislative and regulatory authority over key areas in the 5th schedule, and to draft the necessary legal amendments in collaboration with the THA's legal team. And be it further resolved that the government review all previous versions of the autonomy bills with input from the THA, identify areas of consensus and refinement, and reintroduce the bills in Parliament at the shortest possible period. And be it further resolved that the Chief Secretary transmit this motion and a supporting policy paper to the Prime Minister at the earliest opportunity following its passage. Member for Darrow Spring Wim, you may now join this debate.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, I rise on Standing Order 42-6, seeking your permission.
Approval granted. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, having listened carefully to the Honorable Chief Secretary, it is clear to me that what we are engaged here in today is little more than a process in futility. The outcome is predetermined. The Chief Secretary has already made up his mind, and he has the requisite votes to force this motion through. But I rise not because I expect to change his mind, but because I am duty-bound by the over 35,000 Tobagonians who either by casting their vote or withholding it made clear that they do not support this TPP administration or its approach to Tobago's autonomy. And so, Madam Presiding Officer, I must register my unreserved objection to this motion, not because I oppose autonomy or the right for every Tobagonian to self-determination, but because I oppose the dangerous path this Chief Secretary has chosen to pursue. You see, Madam Presiding Officer, the right to self-determination is a fundamental right to every Tobagonian, a right that belongs to each and every one of us in here, and a right that each and every one of us deserves to have a say. Whether you live or reside in Tobago currently, in Trinidad, or in the diaspora, it is not a gift to be granted from his friends in the Philippines and South Trinidad. It is a right that must begin with we, the people of Tobago. And therefore, the fact that this motion excludes the people of Tobago, I've looked at the motion, Madam Presiding Officer, and nowhere in the recital of this motion, nowhere is the words the people of Tobago mentioned anywhere in that motion, consulting with the people of Tobago. It's not there. And therefore, while you have the Chief Secretary publicly stating or trying to give some kind of assurance that the people would be consulted, this is the same Chief Secretary who stood here and gave us the assurance with those road contracts that no contractor will be paid a dime.
Assemblyman Morris, relevance, please.
I am speaking about my inability to trust the Chief Secretary's words. And I'm sharing with you a perfect example why I cannot conscionably trust his words, because right in this house, Madam Presiding Officer, you will recall, we were told that we have his assurance that not a red cent will be paid to any contractor until they completed the work, and it will only be paid 9 months thereafter, and we are learning that that did not happen.
Minority
We went
Leader,
back on that.
Minority Leader, I would prefer you keep to the context of this motion, please, moving forward.
No, I stand so guided, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, this motion by the Chief Secretary is disturbing. That the Chief Secretary, the one elected to lead this island in pursuit of that very right, has chosen to sideline the people and hand their voice to the very government from which they are seeking to get greater freedom. And this, I believe, is the core flaw of this motion. Nowhere, as I said, in this motion seeks to empower the people of Tobago to have their right to self-determination, because at the end of the day, we spoke about autonomy in this motion, And at no point did the Chief Secretary seek to define what is this autonomy. Because he keeps saying autonomy, autonomy, autonomy. In a real sense, we have some level of autonomy already. And therefore, if we do not even know what we are trying to get, how could we then say we are going down to Trinidad to negotiate? The people of Tobago don't even know what you are going to negotiate on their behalf. And therefore, there needs to be a clear conversation with the people of Tobago, get from the people of Tobago what do they really want, because in this very conversation of autonomy, there's various configuration on how that autonomy should actually be. There are some people who believe, as it was the consensus with the Orville-London process, that we should remain a united Trinidad and Tobago. There are other Tobagonians who are advancing this issue, and in fact, the issue of federalism was advanced as a conversation by Tobagonians. And then there are other Tobagonians who are talking about confederation. So therefore, how could we start a conversation on the right of Tobagonians to self-determination without Tobagonians themselves saying to you, what do they want? That's supposed to be where the conversation starts and ultimately where it ends. And therefore, it is my respectful view that the Honorable Chief Secretary is putting the cart before the horse. Madam Presiding Officer, I want to take some time because, you see, I felt like this was not a motion really about trying to deal with the issue of autonomy, but it was a motion to further campaign. And in campaigning, the Chief Secretary attempted deliberately so to mislead this House on the history of the PNM's role in Tobago's autonomy quest. And I want to start from the beginning, because the Chief Secretary deliberately indicated that it's the Prime Minister, the PNM then, went to Marlborough's house. He failed to mention that it was both the government and the opposition at that time that both went to Marlborough House. So the fact that he gave the impression so it was the PNM that left out Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, and that that is the first misleading statement. Second one is this. Madam Presiding Officer, the second one is this. The PNM, I'll give you, yeah, I just want my time.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. The member is deliberately misleading this House. I spoke to Trinidad going to Marlborough's house without Tobago. That could be Trinidad, including PNM and opposition. I said Tobago was not represented there. Not PNM. I said Trinidad went without Tobago. That's a huge difference.
Madam Presiding Officer, that's a moot point to which I will not deliberate extensively. The second, Madam Presiding Officer, although I was sent out for 5 minutes, I sat in silence for the most part and I listened to the Honorable Chiefs.
Members, please allow Assemblyman Morris to present without interruption. Please continue.
Madam Presiding Officer, so the second misleading point is the whole issue of the creation of the Tobago House of Assembly. The PNM, the PNM does not just simply talk autonomy. It is part of PNM's policy at the highest level of the organization. And the PNM, by resolution in 1977, confirmed its support for Tobago's autonomy. That is PNM's history. And more than that, the Chief Secretary deliberately left out that it was a PNM government that worked with Dr. Winston Murray, even when Mr. A.N.R. Robinson walked out of his own motion, to craft this thing that created the Tobago House of Assembly, because it was the PNM who had the majority, and therefore for the assembly to be created, it was not just the work of the minority. The government of the day, which was a PNM government, supported that process. More than that, Madam Presiding Officer, the best opportunity, and we must be real with history, the best opportunity for Tobago to be granted self-governance in the way Tobagonians wanted it would have been under the A.N.R. Robinson NER government between the period 1986 to 1991, because they had a supermajority. It was 33-3. And therefore, if anybody is to be blamed, if we are being real and we are being honest, the best opportunity that a Tobagonian leading the government had was during the period of the Honorable A.N.R. Robinson, when he had a supermajority of 33-3, where you could have made absolutely any adjustment, amendment to the Constitution. That is the history. And the history of the amended bills in 1996 also will demonstrate and show on the Hansard that when that bill was put to a vote, every single PNM representative in the House voted in support of those bills. And Madam Presiding Officer, the Chief Secretary himself just admitted that the best process and perhaps the best version of an autonomy bill to be placed anywhere in the public domain is a bill that was led by a PNM Chief Secretary, Mr. Orville London. So how could you turn around after admitting that and try to create this narrative as though the PNM is against Tobago getting its autonomy? The PNM has been consistent. We have always been consistent that we support Tobago's right to self-determination, more than autonomy, because autonomy was granted, a level of it was granted in 1980. And what we are now pursuing is our right to self-determination, to determine how we want to be governed within this space called Tobago. And the only people who should have the authority to determine that are Tobagonians in this Tobago space. And for the Chief Secretary to abdicate his responsibility after promising post him rejecting those bills in Parliament, that he will put together a committee, and he is the one who said he will come back to the people of Tobago, he will consult with the people of Tobago, and instead of consultation, what we are doing here today is him finding a way to sell out Tobago, to eliminate the voices of Tobago, to appease his political interests and that of his friends in Trinidad. That is what we are doing here today. That is the exercise. It is not about Tobagonians. It is about the Chief Secretary fulfilling his personal ambitions.
Assemblyman Morris, before you move on, you were using a term, and after I conferred with my guidelines, please refrain from using misleading the public. It's actually unparliamentary language.
I'm so guided. I'm so guided. So I just wanted to spend some time for the younger ones, because even when I was younger, I accepted that kind of narrative that the PNM was not interested in Tobago's autonomy. But the history does not support that fact, because at every turn, the history would show that the PNM voted in support of greater autonomy for Tobago. As a matter of fact, the one time the PNM objected to the autonomy bills being in Parliament, it would have been on the same principle that it did not involve the people of Tobago, because the very UNC to which the Prime Minister, same Prime Minister, would have bypassed, disrespected, ignored the people of Tobago and went ahead on her own process of getting bills and bringing it 2 weeks before an election. That is the history of the people he is now giving the authority to determine our future. And you would think people with that kind of history, you would be careful in your associations. You would be extra careful, but not this Chief Secretary. Madam Presiding Officer, the Chief Secretary also refers to the 2018 bills as the Rowley bills. And I also want to clarify that as well, because those bills came from a process, a 10-year process of extensive consultation, collaboration with the people of Tobago, led by Mr. Orville London. Those bills were approved right in this House, sent to the Parliament. In fact, it was sent as a bill to the Cabinet. The Cabinet accepted that bill without adding a comma, full stop, exclamation, and laid it in the Parliament. And it was the Parliament that decided it will be sent to a JSC for technical review, etc., etc. And it's out of that JSC process that birthed those two bills, because it was determined the best approach is to first entrench the law and then create this thing that is the Tobago Island government that would give life to the very law that was entrenched in the Constitution. So it is disingenuous, and I hope that is parliamentary. It is disingenuous to claim those bills as simply Rowley bills, as to create this kind of hateful feeling and emotion. Those bills were basically coming out of the usual parliamentary process that included both the government, the opposition, and the independent senators. Madam Presiding Officer, I want us to let us not forget the words of our Honorable Chief Secretary spoken on December 9, 2024, after the failure of the bills. He said Tobagonians were not consulted in any meaningful way. That is our Chief Secretary who is now bringing a motion that doesn't even have a line about consulting with Tobagonians. But he was saying Tobagonians were not consulted in any meaningful way. He also said it seems deliberate that central government will never get this right. And he was referring to the need to have consultations with Tobagonians. Yet in this process, we heard him today, the same Chief Secretary who told us we didn't have enough consultation is saying today that Tobagonians are consultation fatigued. I want you all to take a minute and pause and really embrace what the same Chief Secretary who in December was saying Tobagonians were not consulted enough is saying now that Tobagonians have been consulted too much. And how could you trust? Trust, this is about character. And if you were not consulted enough in December, how could you, when we had no consultation between those intervening periods, be consulted too much, that we are fatigued? And therefore, this Chief Secretary is a man not to be trusted, my fellow Tobagonians. This is not evolution. This process is clearly deception. Sabotage rebranded as salvation, because you hear him using biblical words as well in this process. But it is sabotage rebranded as salvation. This motion does not invite the people of Tobago. It does not even respect this House, because we are told of this matrix that the Chief Secretary created, And he didn't have even the decency to bring it and share it with his peers, let the House agree on this matrix before he engaged the parliamentarians in Trinidad. So imagine he, the Chief Secretary, is engaging the parliamentarians, but we, the representatives of Tobago, don't even have a clue as to what he's talking about. Never seen the matrix. I am the minority leader. I represent, as I said, over 35,000 Tobagonians because I represent those who voted for the PNM and all the people who voted against, at the time, PDP, now TPP, and also the persons who decided not to vote at all. So in a real sense, I am the majority minority because I have more people supporting me than supporting you in terms of votes. I am the majority minority, and you didn't even have the courtesy. I really hope I get some injury time, Madam Presiding Officer. Thank you so much. So, Madam Presiding Officer, I'll move forward. Instead, this Chief Secretary is seeking, and I want you all to pay attention to the action, because he's attempting to appoint the Attorney General and a Chief Parliamentary Counsel to look to reform Tobago's legislative process and not consult Tobagonians. He empowers the this motion empowers the Chief Secretary to write to the Prime Minister, bypassing this House, bypassing civic society, bypassing the people. This is a closed-door deal marketed as progress for Tobago. This approach, Madam Presiding Officer, lacks transparency. No, we are told about a position paper, yet none of us, at least I don't have it, have this policy paper. You would think in this motion, at least he would have laid the policy paper so we all can have an idea as to what the policy is going forward. Democracy, no public voice. No, I doubt he perhaps, and I would love to hear the member from Scarborough Mount Grace. I would love to hear him on this debate because he had a lot to say when we brought our motion seeking bipartisan collaboration to ensure that those bills were fixed to the best interests of Tobagonians and passed. And of course, one of his major concerns was the fact that it was the government of Trinidad determining for the government of Tobago how we should be governed. Yet his boss, because that is your boss, I know sometimes you don't like to hear that, but that is your boss. Your boss is saying that he's bypassing even you and go to his friends in Trinidad. So, Madam Presiding Officer, this is not democracy. And what about respect? Respect for process. Respect for the people of Tobago. And just simply we always just feel as Tobagonians, sometimes they make us feel less than. And you would think the Chief Secretary represents us, will make us feel equal, make us feel important. And on a matter as important as our right to self-determination, here we are, being asked to approve a motion that basically takes away that right from the average Tobagonian, from the man in Charlottesville, to the man in Palo-Tuve, to the man down on the beach down Store Bay. In this process, he does not have a say. And that is why this process is flawed, and I, as a Tobago-loving person, cannot conscionably support this. And I call for other Tobago-loving people, parties, interest groups to stand in defense of this autocratic process. If you love Tobago,
you have 5 minutes.
We will not be silenced because I've walked with the people. I've heard their voices from Scarborough to Palo-Tuve, from Bell Garden, where my friend represents, the Deputy Chief Secretary, to Bonaccord that is now without representation. So I represent the people of Bonaccord as well, because the Chief Secretary took their favored representative and sent him away. But, Madam Presiding Officer, the people feel betrayed. The people feel like they're not included, Madam Presiding Officer. And as I wrap up, when history of this movement is written, let it never be said that we sat silent while one man battered away the people's voice. Madam Presiding Officer, I reinforce, the PNM supported the creation of the THA. The PNM supported reforms in 1996. The PNM led the last process that the Chief Secretary admitted was the best process. And the PNM remains resolute in its support for autonomy and the Tobagonians' right to having its self-determination. Madam Presiding Officer, the question therefore isn't whether we support autonomy. We do. We always have. The question is this: will we allow one man to hijack this cause for his political brand because he's a specialist at hijacking? He hijacked the member from Roxborough Party, and he hijacked the Sanders process because he one time said he didn't support Sanders, and then he turned around now and he's caught in Sanders.
Member, I'm
Madam
going to caution you with
Presiding
your
Officer, so
words.
as I close,
Thank
two more
you.
minutes, I am reminded of the words once spoken by the Chief Secretary himself. Words aimed at others, but today echo back to him. There's one part of the word you'll guide me, right? Nothing is worse than when your relative who sits in the seat of power is nothing but a house bleep who ignores the real dreams and aspirations of those he left behind in the field in Tobago. Today, I offer a version more fitting for this reality. Nothing is worse than when your relative who sits in the seat of power is nothing but a sellout, one who ignores the real dreams and aspirations of those he was elected to lead in Tobago. Because what we are witnessing here, Madam Presiding Officer, is not representation. It is abandonment. It is not leadership, but convenience. It is not courage, but calculated betrayal. Madam Presiding Officer, on this note, I thank you for this opportunity.
Assemblyman Duke, you may now join this debate.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Thank you, colleagues who are seated around this table. To the people of Roxborough, Argyle, Dallaford, Kendall. Love from the House of the Tobago House of Assembly. Madam Presiding Officer, I came here, like Charles Dickens once said, with great expectations. As I listened, my fellow colleague on the other side spoke of self-determination. I became more puzzled, and I asked myself whether or not he was prepared for this debate. This debate is one that seeks to present or represent the urgency of Tobago's desire to manage its own affairs. And so I question the word autonomy. Autonomy has a specific meaning. It means some of your rights, not all of your rights. It means that someone has to give you rights. That's what autonomy means. Autonomy is one form of three political status. Yeah, it's one. What Tobago desires, as I wish to have entrenched in the Hansard this afternoon, is self-determination, which is, according to United Nations Charter 1514, is a fundamental human right, which is a fundamental part of international law. We are talking international law. We are not talking about any gift to be given to us from anybody in Trinidad. Tobago is demanding today, this evening, its full, unencumbered right to self-determination. I want to say that that right has also been repeated in the International Covenant of Civil and Political Covenant of 1966. It has also been further repeated again in the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. All these are international groups, 1966. Both international covenants on rights are quite clear. They speak of self-determination as legally binding upon all the signatories. Trinidad and Tobago is a signatory of those two international covenants. I wish to repeat, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Check it up. And the next one, the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. Check it up. Those are rights that belong to both Trinidad and Tobago, which is the right to pursue its self-determination. It says all people have the right to self-determination. All peoples have the right to self-determination. This is not for the people in blue. This is not for the people in red. This is not even for the people in green. This is for the people of Tobago to decide. So the question is autonomy a legal principle rooted in international law? No. Autonomy is not a legal principle at all. There's no legal basis for autonomy. None. That's a choice the people or the peoples of any country must make. So to come to us this evening and brandish autonomy as if we have different options is disingenuous, to use my colleague's word, and it does not measure up to the expectations of Tobago. What Tobago desires is this, that under the right of self-determination, we, the peoples of Tobago, will decide for ourselves, among ourselves, without any external influence. Yeah? Our own political status. Madam Presiding Officer, when I speak of political status, I speak of three fundamental things. Three fundamental things. One of it is the right of Tobagonians to be a sovereign nation by itself. That must be considered. It must be discussed among the people of Tobago. Then we have to look at an autonomous relationship, whether the people of Tobago want to be in an interdependent relationship with Trinidad. That's autonomy. And the third one, whether the people of Tobago want to freely be a part of an association with Trinidad via some treaty that we all agree on. That's what self-determination speaks to. The Montevideo Convention of 1933 is not, while not a United Nations treaty, it defines the criteria that Tobago seeks. It says in order for a nation to have statehood, you must have a permanent population, a defined territory, a government, and the capacity to enter into relations with other states. Tobago has the capacity. So we therefore can consider whether we want to be a sovereign nation with our own constitution, our own money, our own flag. That's up for discussions. Let me go a little deeper with this stuff. The idea of autonomy in this day and age is a betrayal of the intelligence of our people. We have gone past 1970-something. Yes, 1970-something. We have gone past that period. We have gone past 1996 with Act 40. We have gone past that. We are now in 2025. And every single person in Tobago must have a say on their self-determination. Every single person. Every single person. The man with the 1 foot, granny with the 1 bunch of banana, yeah? Even the person who's on the hospital suffering from bronchitis, yes? The little child who could hardly read and write, but grappling, catching crab, these persons have a right to say. And the only way for us to have a right in that, a couple of changes must be made. One, we have to create a bill within this House called a Tobago Self-Determination Bill. We have to produce that. Under Section 29 of the Tobago House of Assembly Act, it speaks of assembly laws. Yes? And I heard the Honorable Chief Secretary on the other side spoke of one of the former Honorable Chief Secretary, Mr. Ove London, presenting a bill here for Tobago's self-government or something to that effect. And I even recall in 2018, also under the Honorable former Chief Secretary, Mr. Kelvin Charles, and we discussed also to creating a group here that will further pursue the autonomy bill or something to that effect for Tobago. The words keep changing. But let me hasten to say, Madam Presiding Officer, once something as this that is very radical insofar as it has been entrenched into the Constitution and can't change in a hurry, everybody needs to be involved. And so with this bill that we should have coming to the House should have been prepared and brought here, and we discuss the framework by which Tobagonians would exercise their right to self-determination. Some of the things that should be included in the draft bill we are considering today, should have been what we'll call, let me get it right here, a commission that deals with referendum, a Tobago Referendum Commission. We should have been looking at something like that. What that does, it says that commission will prepare documents and etc. to go out in the communities and educate people, every single body, videos, storybooks, every single thing. That's their responsibility, right? And that should be done between the minority leader and the chief secretary, the executive, whatever the case may be. They come up with a commission that is bipartisan, and they go in the highways and the byways, and they ensure that everyone is aware of what self-determination is, what the options are that needs to be done. Yeah, a Tobago Referendum Commission. In addition to the Tobago Self-Determination Bill, which should be giving us, all of Tobago, a particular timeline, I say about 3 years, because you can't rush this thing, you know. Tobago are filled of sayings. One of the sayings in Tobago is that hoary birds just fly past the nest. And our next one says, hoary birds do build good nests. I'm hearing my colleagues saying that they have a referendum, they have some consultation before and this and that. Listen to me, there's no such thing as too much consultation. There's no such thing as that. I came from the trade union movement, and one of the things that we are known for is having consultation. You must have consultation, but more than consultation, you must have actions also too. And so what the bill that should have been brought here should have been speaking about is a timeline by which we all would have had a direct process, knowing that today we discuss the bill, tomorrow it goes down to Trinidad, but what the bill actually does is it sets before Tobago a 3-year timeline by which we will have a referendum. Now currently, the Constitution does not provide for a referendum. And so in addition to that, we should have a constitutional amendment to the Constitution that allows for referendums to be had in Trinidad and Tobago on issues of a particular nature, and particularly this issue. Yeah? It's a big issue, Madam Presiding Officer. This is not a jokey issue, as some of my colleagues are making it out to be a hype issue, where you go down and say, well, we want more legislative and regulatory rights on some issues in the 5th schedule. But even in saying you want more legislative and regulatory rights on some of the 5th schedule items, my colleague failed to say what those 5th schedule items are. He failed to elaborate on that. They have not. He gave some ideas that didn't match up at all, right? We have to be careful with this, Madam Presiding Officer. Once we have gotten in on the Constitution making way for a referendum, then Tobago now is ready within a 3-year period to conduct a referendum whereby persons in Tobago will have the right to choose whether they want a sovereign state, whether they want to have autonomy, or whether they want to have an association, a free association with Trinidad under a treaty, meaning that we are not obligated to this association. We are doing so freely on our own terms that are mutually beneficial to both countries, hence the treaty. Unless we do that, we are selling Tobago short. And there is no kind of a fancy conversation here this evening that will give us the satisfaction that the labor of APT James, well, James Bigart, APT James, E.N.R. Robinson, and Ochai Charles and the likes, those labors would have gone in vain if we do not take it a notch higher, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, let me set out a few things here for you this evening. Again, the right to self-determination is a fundamental right. We were born with that right. Under international law, it says any nation that was held in subjugation to a colonial power have that right to self-determination. My colleague on the next slide knows chapter, he does not know verse. But in 1887, when the Trinidad and Tobago Act was formed, it was formed in England, in the Parliament in England, by Queen Victoria. And Queen Victoria had Trinidad as a colony, crown colony rule, and she had Tobago as crown colony rule. Because whereas in 1769, Tobago had what we call the old representative system, where we elected 15 assemblymen based on those persons 21 years and over. That ended the day that my forefathers, my uncles and grandpa from way back when they stood up to the colonial system and they fought against Corporal Belmana. And that riot erupted in 1876 from May 1st to May 5th, where they had to send in Barbados for a naval fleet to come and quash the riot. That was a momentous occasion. I heard that from my grandfather and father coming down the line. It was a momentous occasion, a turning point in the history of Tobago. And 3 months after that Belmana riot, the Queen, by an order of the British Parliament, would have moved to remove the executive powers from the Tobago House of Assembly. Yes, the Tobago House of Assembly almost operated independently of Trinidad, well, totally independent of Trinidad or any Caribbean country. It had its own constitution. And in that constitution, the Tobago House of Assembly had full executive powers to make laws, to impose taxes, to hire and fire and make whatever it wanted to do. But in August of 1876, the Queen revoked the executive powers. And from that day to now, Tobagonians have been without executive powers. What we got in 1980 is a measure of executive powers that was further strengthened in 1996. But today, we're not asking for a measure of powers. Today, we are asking for all of our powers, and I say that as a representative of Tobago House of Assembly. Tobagonians are asking for all of their powers so they can decide. They can self-determine. They must decide whether they want to be independent from Trinidad and any Caribbean country, whether they want to have a free association, or whether they want to have an autonomous relationship. That is our right. We have never exercised that right. In 1887, when Queen Victoria claimed that Tobago desired and Trinidad consented to form a union called Trinidad and Tobago, that was illegal because Tobago did not have a House of Assembly that was free. The House of Assembly then was under colonial rule. What that simply means is, as the boss in England, what you say to discuss is discussed. And whatever point you say to arrive at, they arrived at. And in 1898, that was the final nail in the coffin, when the order of British Parliament again, the Queen decided with a few members of a Privy Council that having formed Trinidad and Tobago, Tobago will be excised from the Trinidad and Tobago nation and be made as a ward of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, that is an oxymoron. That is a legal conundrum. That is mind-boggling. It is just not right to have Trinidad and Tobago as a nation. Then you move to excise Tobago from Trinidad and Tobago and make it a ward of Trinidad and Tobago. It just doesn't add up. That's what happened in 1898. And so what we should be doing today is correcting that. That's what we're here to do. We are here to correct that. Tobago being a ward means that Tobago has nothing of its own. There's nothing that Tobago produces. Everything that we produce is from Trinidad. Every single thing. Every single thing. There was a time when we had Tobago peas. You remember that? We had Brown Betty, Pretty Betty, and different types of stuff. Today, the Tobago peas have no Brown Betty, no Pretty Betty at all. None. None. There was a time when Tobago produced Bene. And I remember going with my parents to the garden, and they will see tall stalks with Bene, and they'll bring them home, and they will shake them, and they will come out, and etc. Today, we are importing sesame seed, selling it as Bene balls. That is wrong. Wrong marketing. Today, Tobagonians don't even have flour here. So when they say a hike on flour prices in Trinidad, we pay a hike across here for it. We can't even make soap. We can't even make toilet paper. The 3 Prooms matches comes from Trinidad. So we have not been allowed to develop. One of the prerequisites for self-determination, based on the United Nations, etc., is that the colonial masters ought to have built up the colonies to a point where they can take off. But the Trinidad and Tobago government has ensured that Tobago has not developed. And so they oftentimes ask a question to keep you in check and say, what do you all have? The truth is we have nothing. We have not one single thing. Even to have feed for your goat, now we have to send for goat feed in Trinidad. Feed for animals come from Trinidad. We're not producing feed here. Long time you used to pass through Roxborough, our guy, they have plenty acres with mango, orange, shaddock, all of these things. All has been cut down. The cocoa, whatever, cut down. The coffee beans were growing, cut down. We have been made to suffer so we could continue being a ward. And I was excited to come here and debate this. I thought that we would have gotten something of substance. But in truth and in fact, we got nothing whatsoever. We got hot air, styrofoam conversation. Let me go back to what is written. He says, the people of Tobago have consistently pursued autonomy to manage your own affairs more effectively. No. The people of Tobago continuously pursued self-determination. They want to determine things for themselves. And the first beat resolve states that the government, through the Attorney General and Chief Parliamentary Council, work together with the what is that again? That the government, through the Attorney General and the Chief Parliamentary Council, work with. So who is the boss here? Who's really the boss? Madam Presiding Officer, this thing makes me sick to my stomach. How could we be piloting Tobago's right to self-determination, and we are taking up the thing wholesale, drop it in Trinidad lap, and say the AG and the Chief Parliamentary Council will pilot this for us? Nonsense. And I wonder if people are walking on their heads or they are walking on their feet. Because if you're walking on your feet and your head is the highest part of your body, your thoughts will be high, not low. How could they drop Tobago to that point? And Tobago House of Assembly will assist them. It's right here. It's right here in the bill. You think it's vexatious? How could the Attorney General and the Chief Parliamentary Council, it's written here, how could they work with the THA to expand its legislative and regulatory authority over key areas of the fifth schedule? What are those key areas? What are those key areas? He should have come here prepared. And in his first opening debate, we should have heard what those key areas are. But instead, he gave us all kind of a debate plot, a old cockroach paper, saying, oh, how. So to what extent? This is theatrics. You get this in drama school. This is not a theater. This is a legislative house, a house where laws are passed. But that's what those on that side tune out. As the kind of people is sent to Parliament to discuss things. As a legislator in this house, I want to say, I'm disturbed. I'm disturbed. I never taught them that on that side. Never taught them that. Never taught them that at all. Now I read again with contempt. Be it further resolved that the government, through the Attorney General and the Chief Parliamentary Council, work with the THA to expand legislative and regulatory authority over key areas in the fifth schedule. Nonsense. Let's come a little further. And be it further resolved that the government review all previous versions of autonomy bills with input from the THA. Are we giving the power to the government to just include us? Or are we saying that we are going to review the bills here in the THA? We will decide the legislative and regulatory framework that we want or controller we want in Tobago. And we are going to put those things in writing and then send it down to Trinidad and say we want that. That's not being done. He's giving the power to those in Trinidad and say, all I invite you here. Madam Presiding Officer, I must confess.
Member, you have 5 minutes.
Yes, I must confess, Madam Presiding Officer. In one incarnation, to use Shakespeare words, when I was green in judgment, I attempted to do something like that. I attempted to give somebody the responsibility and say, include me here. You know what that person did? You know what they did? You know what the person did, Madam Presiding Officer? They are here, and they are hearing me. They know what they did. They know what they did, and the record will show what they did in time to come. And so, they are saying to review all of these bills is the work of Trinidad, and Trinidad will include them. We don't want that. These bills must be reviewed right here in this house, and we must send our information down to Trinidad. Finally, they place a rule upon the Chief Secretary here to transmit this motion with supporting paper to the Prime Minister. The Tobago House of Assembly Act does not speak of motions being sent down to Trinidad like that, to the Prime Minister. What the Tobago House of Assembly Act speaks of is that assembly laws made in the Parliament be sent to the Prime Minister or to the Cabinet via the Chief Secretary. If this is not an assembly law, I want to caution the Chief Secretary and caution the House. Do not look foolish by sending a motion down to Trinidad. That's like giving someone a half-picked duck. Let's complete the process. Let's sit down. Let's form a committee here. Let's discuss it. And let's get this thing going. Madam Presiding Officer, I want to close by inviting my colleagues on that side to do the honorable thing and include persons who are good at looking at law, persons from this side, all the political parties in Tobago, and let us create an avenue that will give all of Tobago a greater opportunity to participate in the amendments of this Tobago House of Assembly Act or even our right to self-determination. That is a fundamental right. Do not send anything down to Trinidad and then ask them to fix it for us. We must fix it here first. satisfied with it, and then send it to Trinidad. Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer.
Councillor Roberts, you may now join this debate.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Good afternoon again to this honorable House, to the Madam Presiding Officer, my esteemed colleagues and members in the public gallery. It would be remiss of me if I do not take this opportunity to congratulate our former colleague, the member and area representative for the Crown Point Bonaccord area, the former Assemblyman Joel Sampson, for his ascent to the Parliament and as newly elected member of Parliament for Tobago West, and also our Member of Parliament for Tobago East, Mr. David Thomas. These are two sons of the soil who are grounded in community and propelled by divine inspiration, who now carry the sacred responsibility of representing Tobago in the highest chambers of national decision-making. Madam Presiding Officer, no, Madam Presiding Officer, I've just started my contribution and I was actually just about to ask for your permission in accordance with Standing Order 42.7. Yes.
Approval granted. You may continue.
It is 6 or 7. Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer, for the opportunity to join this debate on this very important and timely motion which seeks to advance Tobago's most important development agenda item, our fundamental right to self-determination. I don't see this motion as what I heard the two minorities speak about just a while ago, but I think it sets the stage for our coordinated policy action and telling the
members at her feet, do you give way? You need to say that.
Well, to members of the House in a manner that is untruth. I want to say that. There are no two minorities in the House, and she knows that. She knows the THA Act doesn't provide for two minorities. She knows that.
Member, please be guided by Standing Order 45.6 that states secretaries assigned shall be referred to by their titles of their portfolios, and other members who are not councillors only by the electoral districts for which they have been elected.
I'm so guided, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, this is important that this is taking place mere hours before a national parliament is scheduled to open with our two new representatives from the Tobago People's Party, which is only a few years old. One of the fundamental constraints, Madam Presiding Officer, to Tobago's development is the current legislative and constitutional arrangements between the House of Assembly and the central government. The current legislative and constitutional arrangements continue to significantly retard Tobago's development. For instance, Madam Presiding Officer, the existing arrangements give the central government the constitutional power and authority to intervene, override, and actually decide on virtually every aspect of social, economic, and political life of Tobagonians without invitation by cause or reason. Currently, Madam Presiding Officer, the Tobago House of Assembly does not have the authority legally or the flexibility to engage in certain financial transactions or to source funding to facilitate our self-determining development agenda based on our own financial credibility. Additionally, under the existing legislative arrangements, Tobago's present and potential contributions to the national purse are not clearly defined or calculated because its geographical space is not fairly and properly established. And this significantly weakens our negotiating position with respect to fair and justifiable funding from the central government. Now, what is more critical, Madam Presiding Officer, is the fact that under the existing legislative arrangements, the Tobago House of Assembly cannot make simple laws to regulate matters directly affecting Tobago or Tobagonians. And it is for this very reason this motion is important, because we are signaling to the central government our readiness to coordinate with them in order for us to have these bills passed. All these legislative and constitutional injustices serve to impede and frustrate Tobago's socio-economic and political development. Today's motion presents us with a clear and logical pathway to address these issues today. It is important here to mention that both the former PNM administration in the central government and the UNC in the period 2010 to 2015 prepared and laid constitutional amendment bills in the national parliament proposing minimal shares for Tobago of 8% and 6.9% of the national budget. And interestingly, they all propose significantly higher percentage shares than what we currently receive or are allocated of 4.3%, which the THA has historically been allocated for the last 25 years or so. So today's motion, I think it presents us with an important opportunity to address all of these issues frontally. Madam Presiding Officer, another fundamental challenge facing Tobago's development is the issue of underfunding of the island's development program. For example, since the DRC's ruling, or the dispute resolution ruling in 2001, successive central governments have allocated, as I just said, close to the minimum share of 4.03%. And as the Chief Secretary continues to lament frequently, over the years, the THA has been allocated only $4.30 out of every $100 in budgetary resources. Madam Presiding Officer, when one takes a clinical look at the allocation to the Tobago House of Assembly, it is quite evident that the Tobago House of Assembly has very limited fiscal space. Of our current allocation, approximately 42% is allocated and is spent on personal expenditure. Another 36% goes towards other non-discretionary expenditure, such as the payment of utility bills, rental of office space, and financial contributions to our special purpose companies. Therefore, the total non-discretionary component of our recurrent allocation is about 78%. And what this means, Madam Presiding Officer, is that only 22% of the recurrent allocation is available for discretionary spending. And if I go into that, it would mean that we really do not have the fiscal space to do any kind of transformational change. And if we have to discuss the development allocation, we continue to state that it is woefully inadequate. Madam Presiding Officer, the fiscal situation of the THA is further exacerbated with the prevailing legislative arrangements. The Assembly lacks the flexibility to engage in financial transactions to fund development activities in Tobago. Over the period 2001 to 2024, the only case of close to borrowing is where the THA authorized the Minister of Finance in the last regime to raise a bond of $300 million, and they accessed, the last administration accessed $164 million from this facility, which we know they squandered. In cases where the central government accessed external loans for development programs nationally, it has proved very difficult for the THA to access any of these funds. And let me give you an example. In previous budgets, the Minister of Finance pledged that the THA will access $100 million in loan financing secured from the Development Bank of Latin America, CAF. And that was designated to fund our coastal infrastructure works at Grange Bay, Plymouth, Pigeon Point, being directly impacted by the rise in sea levels and the climate change. In addition, the THA had discussions with the Caribbean Development Bank to secure funding for the Scarborough Secondary School. And the former Minister of Finance indicated that a smart school would be best, and he proposed that they will fund this smart school, or this school for Scarborough Sec, and we are yet to see funding for that, and they have now been gone. Further, the THA were able to get concurrence from the IADB to get a grant of $100,000 to fund some preparatory works for the establishment of the Tobago Development Fund, and that has been received that was not successfully accessed. Recently, Madam Presiding Officer, it came to my attention as Secretary of Finance with this new government that this previous central government, the former government, accessed a loan from the IADB. It was approved for $32 million to fund two critical projects in Tobago. One, a housing project for Tobago, and the revitalization of the capital, Scarborough. And interestingly, you know, I want to say something, that since I've joined this administration, this government, I think this autonomy conversation is more important as I get to see firsthand why it is Tobago requires this autonomy. And the former government was the perfect example for Tobago to understand why it is important for us to seek self-determination and being able to access external funding and access support from multilateral agencies without the help of the central government. Imagine all these funding arrangements were approved and Tobago never accessed 1 red cent because of the previous People's National Movement central government. Madam Presiding Officer, as a result of the meager allocations to the THA over the years, although there have been some shortfalls with regard to the recurrent allocations, it is really on the development side of the budgets where the shortfalls of allocations are more severe. A clinical look at the data over the last 25 years revealed that the shortfalls in terms of recurrent allocations average about 27%. However, shortfalls in development program allocation average about 80%. Can we really advance Tobago's development with these constitutional arrangements? Can we really see the elevation and acceleration of our economy with these constitutional arrangements? And obviously the answer is no. Madam Presiding Officer, it is therefore not surprising that Tobago's development lags behind Trinidad. In fact, the most recent GDP estimates for Tobago suggest that Tobago has a GDP per capita of less than 4,000 US, which is way less than the national average of 14,000 US. This inequitable development, in large measure, is related to the historical and persistent underfunding of the development program of the Tobago House of Assembly. Tobago must not play catch-up with national development, and this can only be possible if the island gets its desired fair and justifiable quantum of resources to catalyze its development. Relatedly, Tobago's development must be seen and treated as national development and the diversification of the national economy. Madam Presiding Officer, core to this internal self-government project that we would like to see reach an advanced stage are 5 critical constitutional pillars. 1, the constitutional definition of Tobago that is shaped by the consideration of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. and which considers the social, cultural, economic, and political antecedents of the peoples of Trinidad and Tobago. The conferring of the final constitutional authority and powers on the THA for all the matters in this 5th schedule. Simply put, Madam Presiding Officer, the Constitution must be amended to clearly state the matters for which the THA has final authority and control over Tobago. And likewise, the matters for which the central government will have the authority and control, if any, in Tobago. We must see some appropriate amendments to the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago that will give the THA the legislative and authority and power to make laws and regulations for matters for which it has final constitutional responsibility and control. We must see appropriate amendments to Section 75 as well of the Constitution that places a fetter on the executive authority of the Cabinet in relation to the matters or the items for which the THA has the final constitutional authority. And most importantly, an amendment to the Section 113 of the Constitution, which will provide a constitutional guarantee of a minimum of 5.1% of the national budget, which represents the percentage share of Tobago's population to the national population. Madam Presiding Officer, additionally, the new internal self-government constitutional arrangements must promote and protect the rights of the Tobago House of Assembly to borrow on its own creditworthiness and to direct access to technical support and grant funding from international agencies without the need to go to central government for any objections that will come from Port of Spain. And this will anchor the fiscal and financial affairs of the THA with integrity and transparent governance. Madam Presiding Officer, these basic constitutional improvements are intended to strengthen the foundation of the Tobago Island government. And moreover, they are engineered to provide clarity, peace, justice, fairness, predictability, and accountability, and to protect and promote the human rights and entitlement of Tobagonians to determine their own destiny. And this is the constitutional foundation on which Tobago will strengthen and build the governing institutions to deliver sustainability, prosperity, and resilience. Madam Presiding Officer, internal self-government is no longer a guessing game. It is a project for which Tobagonians are now prepared with full knowledge and understanding of the minimum constitutional requirements that must be made for the democracy to deliver to us in the current Twin Island Constitutional Republic arrangement. The motion before us today aligns seamlessly with a spirit of renewal and continuation. And we welcome the central government's stated commitment to Tobago's development and calls on this assembly to signal its readiness to collaborate. I'll say that again. This motion before us today aligns seamlessly with the spirit of renewal and continuity of this autonomy vision that we have for Tobago. It welcomes the central government's stated commitment to Tobago's development and calls on this assembly to signal its readiness to collaborate. But more than that, it asserts the right for us to participate meaningfully in shaping the instruments of our governance. The days we experienced, particularly within the last decade, of being spoken for instead of being heard, must be consigned to history. We cannot truly advance Tobago's development if the legislative and regulatory levers needed to do so remain outside of our reach. And that is why the call for an expanded THA authority over the 5th schedule is not merely a bureaucratic statement. It is fundamentally for effective governance. It's about giving the people of Tobago tools to build the Tobago we envision. The proposed collaboration with the Attorney General's Office and the Chief Parliamentary Council and the THA is very critical. This is the kind of collaboration that true autonomy demands. It is not adversarial. It is inclusive, it is constructive, forward-looking, and this is how strong democracies, where you have Twin Island Republic, function and flourish. Moreover, the call to revisit the previous versions of the autonomy bills with the input of the THA is not a regression. It is really a refinement of what we have existing already. It is a recognition that the autonomy for Tobago is not a fixed point, but it is a living process, and it continues to evolve with the aspirations and realities of our people. We have done some of the work already. We have studied the draft legislations, we have reviewed the clauses, and we will continue to consult with the people of Tobago. Now we must push decisively for the reintroduction into the Parliament of these bills without delay. So today, as we stand at the dawn of the new parliamentary term with our two own parliamentary representatives from Tobago, let us now match the energy of the people with the resolve in this House. Let us show them that their votes were not in vain, that their voices will echo through these halls and across the seas into the Parliament in Trinidad, and into the laws and policies that will shape the lives and the vision to make Tobago the greatest little island on the planet. Madam Presiding Officer, I support this motion, and I believe that Tobago's future should not or cannot be postponed. I thank you.
Assemblyman Trevor James, you may now join this debate.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, as always, it's an honor to stand in this august House, and I stand on the shoulders of the members of the district, the peoples of the district of Scarborough Mount Grace. Madam Presiding Officer, I'm going to take leave to read parts of my speech, so I'm going to stand on 42.7. 42.7, yeah.
Approval has been granted.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, this is a critical time for the people of Tobago. We may have, at this juncture in our history, one final opportunity to get this thing right. And while I hear my colleague from Darrow Spring Wim and Roxborough Argyle insist on consultative processes, I want to caution the people of Tobago to remember that this is not a new thing. We have been here and we are standing on the shoulders of Bigart, Robinson, Hotroy, all the way up to Mr. London, who've brought this process to where it is. And we need now to get it right, and like I said, one final opportunity we may have. Madam Presiding Officer, if we are to look to the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago and its historical treatment of Tobago's quest for self-determination as an indication of the Parliament's intent towards Tobago, we will have to conclude that the Parliament's intention has been to continually deny Tobago and Tobagonians of our God-given, United Nations recognized, inalienable constitutional human right to self-determination and our freedom to determine our own destiny. As a Ghanaian, this is a hard and bitter pill to swallow, but it is simply a history. It is our history, and we must confront it if we are to distill the pledge of improved collaboration with the THA that has been made by the new government. The unavoidable requirement of this improved collaboration is firstly to analyze the treatment of Tobago's self-determination in a mostly Trinidadian parliament, and to use this understanding to create a roadmap to finally deliver on this most important thing that is central to the need for the majority of Tobagonians, this thing we call self-determination. Madam Presiding Officer, if I am to give a title to my contribution today, it will be Truth, Reconciliation, and Action. We must remind ourselves that the British Parliament, the Trinidad and Tobago Act of 1987 and the 1988 Order in Council uniting the colony of Trinidad and the colony of Tobago, both recognized the desire, and I use desire in quote unquote, of Tobago, because it was not a true desire, but a desire as mounted by representatives in England, the desire of Tobago to unite with Trinidad. However, in its final act as a standalone colony, on the eve of the commencement date of the union with Trinidad, the Legislative Council of the Tobago House of Assembly, yes, this Tobago House of Assembly, passed a motion which reads as follows. And I am hoping that my brethren in Trinidad are listening to this. That inasmuch as the wish of the people of Tobago for union with Trinidad has principally been based on the representation of the government, meaning the British government required that Tobago be joined with Trinidad, and the assurances given to the people that material benefits will result to Tobago from such a union, the Secretary of State for the Colonies be respectfully asked, in the event that such union taking place, to afford the people, meaning the people of Tobago, a pledge that should it prove disadvantageous to the colony of Tobago, I'm going to paraphrase it, if the union proves disadvantageous to the colony of Tobago or otherwise undesirable to the majority of inhabitants of this Tobago colony, on petition, have granted back to it the form of self-government which now exists here. In the final act, possibly in this very house, the Council of the Tobago House of Assembly passed a motion to reserve the right to leave the Union of Trinidad and Tobago as a separate island and people if the union proved to be disadvantageous or undesirable to Tobago and Tobagonians. Tobago and its Tobagonians since 1887, 1888, signal its intention not just to retain its distinct, unique identity, but also the right to determine whether it would remain in the union with Trinidad. And that is because a union cannot be recognizable except its constituent parts are recognizable. We have, as Tobagonians, been lost in this union, depending on a Trinidad Parliament to determine for us how we should walk, how we should talk, how we should fly, how we should go to the beach, how we should mine our energy resources. We have become lost and unrecognizable. That is why when the chief moved the motion, he could quote newspapers from back in 1962 that suggest that Tobago was subsumed into Trinidad. Truth number one. We must accept that the 1966, the 1962 and 76 constitutions, the THA Acts of 1980 and 1996, all recognized Tobago and Tobagonians as a distinct, unique people within the country of Trinidad and Tobago that has always had the right to self-determination. And in trying to make the reconciliation, we must remind ourselves that consistent with internationally accepted definitions, Tobago and Tobagonians shared origins, history, culture, traditions, language, intrinsic spiritual values do not only give us a distinct identity, but that these features, in combination with our shared geographical homeland of the island of Tobago, defines not just a unique and distinct people, but also a nation. And that is according to Stanford University Encyclopedia of Philosophy. That distinct and uniqueness is what makes us into a nation. And this distinction was approved by Britain in granting self-determination to Trinidad and Tobago in 1962. And it was duplicated in the 1976 Constitution at Section 1, Part 2. And that says, quote, that Trinidad and Tobago is made up of the island of Trinidad and its dependencies and the island of Tobago and its dependencies. Two nations, two colonies being brought together by Britain to form one. Nowhere in the Constitution, I heard the minority leader talking about this unity that they keep talking about. Nowhere in the Constitution says that Trinidad and Tobago is a unitary state. Nowhere. Trinidad and Tobago is a sovereign, democratic state according to the Constitution. And there for years, since President, what's his name? Ellis Clark and Prime Minister Eric Williams been attempting to subsume Tobago into this idea of a unitary state governance model that takes away our rights. In attempting to reconcile these truths, past Tobagonians insisted on the right to self-determination, not just for itself, but also for Trinidad and the Union of Trinidad and Tobago as a whole. It is something we may not be aware of or be able to simply infer from our understanding of the history. But this is how it went. Prior to 1989, Tobago was used to having an elected government. He remembers that Belmana's riot speech had, word for word, I heard we had an elected government prior to this union. When we became part of the union, Tobago was faced with an appointed legislative council in Trinidad. Something completely foreign, something completely alien to Tobago and Tobagonians. Because of this, Tobago outrightly refused to send a nominee to be appointed to the Legislative Council. I'm going to go slow with this. So that seat, that one seat in the Legislative Council, which was 1 out of 7, I believe, remained empty from 1889 to 1923, when the British government then made legal provisions for elections to be held to the Legislative Council. Because of Tobago's decision not to be not to send a nominated representative, the Parliament of Britain decided that, you know what, let me change this thing. And we have been at the forefront of ensuring democracy in this nation, as we are here today at the forefront, getting rid of the PNM and showing our brothers in Trinidad the way forward. And so that is what Tobago.
Assemblyman James, one moment, please. We are now at the 4:30 benchmark where we are supposed to have lunch. Leader of Assembly Business.
Madam Presiding Officer, I beg to move that this House remains seated until all business on the order paper are dealt with.
Honorable members, the question put is that this House remains seated until all business on the order paper are dealt with. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against say nay. The ayes have it. This House shall remain seated until the business of the order paper is completed. Member, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. So it is because of Tobago's action that Trinidad and Tobago began to develop a form of democracy through elected representation in the House in Trinidad. It was because that seat remained vacant, therefore no representative from Tobago. I want to get to this point of this ward business that that the representative for Roxborough Delaford keeps talking about. Roxborough Argyle. Parliament of Britain to have an election to the House, and then we joined the House, and in those 30-what years, Tobago still functioned as an independent colony. This is critical, especially for the young people to understand. Even after the Union, Tobago, for those years when we had no representative in Port of Spain, still functioned as an independent colony. When the first ship came to Tobago after 1923, it's then that Tobago began to be subsumed by Trinidad, because they began to see this Tobago was functioning. We can have that. And so Trinidad decided that we have to form a management, we have to develop a management structure to control Tobago. And that is how these systems of counties and wards in the governance model of Trinidad and Tobago came into being. So now Tobago was managed as a ward under the counties, and Tobago was actually under the ward of one of the counties in Trinidad. And from there, they were able to merge Tobago's revenue, Tobago's expenditure, and Tobago's debt as part of this now Trinidad and Tobago financial management model. And that is all that it is. Because we insisted, we paid the penalty from those in Port of Spain to be managed in that way. And so up to today, all our resources are subsumed into Trinidad. All our oil and gas resources from that are subsumed into Trinidad. All our foreign exchange that people want to travel to Tobago through ticket percentages subsumed into Trinidad. All our taxes from companies, whether it be state or private, subsumed into Trinidad. And nobody in this house could say what the real tax collection is today for commerce in Tobago. Isn't that something? Imagine now, here we are, standing in this house and having to fight political cycle after political cycle for self-determination, when we were at the forefront, giving Trinidad and Tobago self-determination. From an individual colony in 1988 to a united colony in 1989, to the county council within the united colony from 1945 to the request to the British Parliament for independence in 1962. We are here again, demonstrating our desire for self-determination. I just want to stick a pin with this request for independence, which is actually self-determination that Trinidad and Tobago went to the minority leader trying to change the words of the chief secretary. Trinidad and Tobago went to Britain for self-determination because the West Indies Federation failed in January of 1962. Jamaica pulled out, and you know, Eric say, 1 from 10 leaves 0. The West Indian Federation failed, and interestingly enough, whether Kapil Dev was there or not, it took the British Parliament 6 months from January of 1962 and the request by the leaders of Trinidad and Tobago to come up with a constitution for Trinidad and Tobago and to grant Trinidad and Tobago full, unfettered self-determination. 6 months. And we here talking that we must take liquor and live long and we must consult forever. 6 months. It took Singapore and Lee Kuan Yew 5 years in total to get to independence for Singapore. How long we here? This theater is 44 years, but before that, we had APT 200 years. We had APT after not being able to get a dime from Port of Spain, having to go to England himself to make representation for Tobago. People say he walked barefoot in London. This is where we are. And we're still talking from that side that we must wait or we must take what liquor they give. We want it now. We have no more time to wait. The chief secretary daughter now 2 years. We have no more time to wait. We want it now. And it is our right to get it. And to my brothers in the parliament, I want to say to you that you must prove yourself to be better than the white man in England. Don't hide no more behind who is PNM and who is UNC and who is whatever. We, Trinidad and Tobago, don't mind they didn't include me when they go. We went to Britain in the home of colonial rule and got self-determination, got the ability, you know. I hear people talking that we must accept these London bills and we must have it entrenched in the Constitution. None of that. When self-determination is being considered, it is the self-determined people who will amend their own constitution, not nobody else. Why we must submit ourselves to a document that even ain't come from us? What is it? What is it about this Tobago? What is it about this Tobago that people in Port of Spain feel that they must just dominate us? What is it? We have gold, we have rock, we have oil, we have gas, and a man tell me, I don't know if it's true, that possibly we have natural gas on the ground and Rowley cover it up below the airport tarmac. Yeah. You know if it's true? Why? Why they must continue? Why they must continue to subjugate us? So I want to call on the government, on the parliament, on the cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago, as we welcome the opening of the new parliament tomorrow. I want to call on the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago to remind the members that Dr. Eric Williams and Sir Ellis Clark petitioned the British colonials with a draft constitution in hand. We have, how much draft we have? There was 6 now. We have a draft from Robinson and Murray. We had a draft in 1996. We had a draft from, say, Mongol. We had a draft from the Prime Minister, Bicentennial. We had a draft from Orville London. We had a draft from Rowley. We had to play chess from now. And was granted, Trinidad and Tobago was granted self-determination.
Member, you have 3 minutes remaining.
In a process that took, thank you, Madam Presiding Officer, only months. They've been at this too long. Only months. And I want to implore the people of Trinidad and the parliamentarians of Trinidad to demonstrate, I'm repeating this, to demonstrate that you're better than the colonial white man and that you will treat the brothers in Tobago with dignity and respect and do the right thing and grant us, allow us to fulfill our destiny as self-determined people. It is the only way forward, and I want to remind Tobagonians, as I look up and I see Dr. Jeff Davison, I want to remind Tobagonians that we have been at this game before. We've had friendly governments in Port of Spain, and we've sat back and tried to negotiate behind the scenes and feel we go get what we're supposed to get. It didn't happen in 86-91 because Jeff remained quiet in Tobago and they nearly killed Robinson down there for building an airport and a seaport. We have 16 years off in London saying that he want peace across the waters and he going to negotiate because he have friends in Port of Spain, and we get nothing. Pretending to go around the country like a crazy man for 10 years to say that he consult. that lead to nothing, then we have a smart man scoundrel in the Prime Minister's office who orchestrate, that he orchestrate the question of the PNM, who orchestrate to have those bills amended to what they, to the folly that they are today. To say, as the mandatory is saying, that they participate and they want this. They never want it. Never want it. I want to end, I see the presiding officer watching me intently. I want to end by reading again. I don't want to say in the end of it or else, but I want to read it, that inasmuch as it was the wish of the governing people of Tobago to form a union with Trinidad, and that the assurances were given to the people of Tobago that material benefits will result to Tobago from the union. We hear the Secretary of Finance saying essentially, we have no material benefit. We're getting chicken feed year after decade after decade. While they take our gas and our oil. That material benefits will result to Tobago from such a union, that the Secretary of State for the Colonies from Britain be respectfully asked that in the event that the union...
Your time is up.
I thank you, Madam President.
Madam President, I beg to move that the speaking time of the goodly gentleman be extended by a further
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Sorry, this scabamonger is. Sorry.
Honorable members, the question is that the speaking time of Assemblyman James be extended by a further 10 minutes to conclude his presentation. All in favor say aye. Any against say nay. The ayes have it. Member, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you kindly, colleagues. Thank you very much, Madam Presiding Officer. I only need a few minutes this time. That inasmuch, to make this into one thought, inasmuch as it was the wish of the people of Tobago for union with Trinidad was principally been based on the representation of the government of England and the assurance given to the people of Tobago that material benefits will result to Tobago from such a union, that the Secretary of State for the Colonies be respectfully asked that in the event that such a union taking place to afford the people of Tobago that a pledge that should it prove disadvantageous, I want Tobagonians to bear this in mind, that our forefathers in this possibly very house was saying that the time might come when it might be proven disadvantageous for us to continue in this union, that pledge or otherwise find the union undesirable to the majority of the inhabitants, that we shall have the power to petition the British Parliament to return Tobago to where it was. And I want to say to the Parliament again of Trinidad and Tobago, it is your duty. Too much of this football going back and forth over the years, and who's saying that we have to get past this number in the Parliament, and who are 2/3 majority, and all of that kind of craziness. Every place in the world where people have sought self-determination from a colonial ruler has gotten it free and clear in a record short time. Time enough to bring this long-standing matter to an end, and I stand in support of the motion, and I say, thank you, Tobago.
Minority councillor, you may now join the debate.
I'll bring it for you.
Thank you very much.
You see the smile I get in there?
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer, for allowing me the opportunity to contribute to this debate. I seek leave under Section 42(7) to read parts of my contribution.
Leave granted.
Madam Presiding Officer, again, I want to thank you for the opportunity to contribute. And today I rise in contribution to this motion and have great concerns about what is being presented as progress and what we deem as a dangerous departure from principle. Also, a contradiction, Madam Presiding Officer, to recent commitments and comments made by the Chief Secretary himself. And we see this motion as well as a step backward, cloaked in the language of advancement. Madam Presiding Officer, the motion is dressed in familiar phrases of autonomy and self-government, but it lacks the very soul that has underpinned Tobago's autonomy movement for decades, which is inclusion and the will of the people. Madam Presiding Officer, this autonomy journey is not a footnote in the political playbook of the Chief Secretary and his executive. It is a struggle rooted in years of conversations and deliberations, grounded in the voices of the people and forged through the sacrifices of our former leaders. And they all believe that self-governance must be earned through the will of the people and not whispered through private deals in Port of Spain. And Madam Presiding Officer, I want to turn to one of the troubling clauses of this motion, and this is the 7th recital, which says, "And be it further resolved that the government review all previous versions of the autonomy bills with input from the THA, identify areas of consensus and refinement, and reintroduce the bills into Parliament at the shortest possible time." Madam Presiding Officer, if our memory takes us back, we were in this House last year, I think it was in October, at private members' motion, when the minority leader piloted a motion in relation to autonomy and the bills before the Parliament at the time in this very House. The motion was amended by the majority. We all debated and it was approved unanimously. And that motion called for bipartisan discussions with the central government in relation to the 2 bills before the Parliament on Tobago's autonomy. And notwithstanding the approval of that motion, Madam Presiding Officer, we never entered those discussions. The Chief Secretary disregarded the will of this Honorable House and chose instead to pursue his own process, one that excluded the Assembly's mandate. And we must ask ourselves why. Was it because, and some will say, was it because the then central government was led by the People's National Movement? Was it political point scoring more important than protecting Tobago's future? Because, Madam Presiding Officer, if autonomy were truly, or if we were truly about autonomy for the people of Tobago and not about which party gets credit, then we should have sat down together, sat around the table, having those negotiations and bipartisan talk between members of the Tobago House of Assembly, members of the central government on both sides, Tobago House of Assembly on both sides, and negotiated in the interests of Tobago. But, Madam Presiding Officer, we still ask the question why we did not. Now, fast forward to today, we are being asked to support a motion that calls for talks, but this time between the Attorney General, the Chief Parliamentary Counsel, and the THA's legal team. And not because the idea is a new idea, or not because it is a good idea, but because, Madam Presiding Officer, the central government has changed. And we on this side does not deem what is being proposed as leadership. This is not leadership, rather we see it as opportunism. Madam Presiding Officer, and as the minority leader said, we do not oppose autonomy. What we oppose is hypocrisy. What we oppose is inconsistency. And we oppose a process that disrespects the people of Tobago by excluding them from the decisions that will shape our future. And even more concerning is that the motion empowers the cabinet through the AG, the Parliamentary Council, to work directly with the Chief Secretary's legal team. There is no mention in the motion about Tobago-based civil society organizations, faith-based organizations, no mention about the citizens, and no reference to Tobago's diaspora. And what we are seeking to do is just a quiet handover of power to a few behind closed doors. And this is not a people-driven reform, and this, to us, looks like dictatorship. And, Madam Presiding Officer, more than that, it contradicts the Chief Secretary's own words, because the Chief Secretary, just before the bills came back, moments before the two bills came back to the Parliament floor, he had a widely broadcasted media briefing press conference, and he warned Tobago about backdoor negotiations. He also indicated that there were insufficient consultations on those bills with the people of Tobago. So, Madam Presiding Officer, if the Chief Secretary at that time was of the view that there was insufficient consultation with the people of Tobago, why today does the Chief Secretary stand to pilot a motion that does the very same thing that he denounced? Madam Presiding Officer, this motion is excluding the very people who must be the heart and soul of this process, and it concentrates decision-making in the hands of a few operating without legitimacy of a broad-based consultation. Madam Presiding Officer, the Chief Secretary indicated that sometime in 2021, he was a part of a team that sat, or part of a committee that sat to deliberate on the bills coming out of the Joint Select Committee. And he called a number of political parties and persons that were included in this committee. And he said that they sat down and they went through the bills proposed line by line, they made the amendments, and decided that they will come up with a document to send to Trinidad. But Madam Presiding Officer, while we were in this house, a member of that same committee from another political party indicated that it was not only the PNM who did not sign that document, but it was also another political party, and they did not sign the document to go to Trinidad, Madam Presiding Officer, because the document that was being sent to Trinidad was different, a different document to what they all sat and agreed upon. So, Madam Presiding Officer, I just want to set the record straight in that regard. And the motion that is presented and the motion as presented, it was basically just dropped on the people of Tobago, dropped on members of this house with the expectation that we should be grateful for actually being spectators in our own struggle. And Madam Presiding Officer, we cannot accept this. The autonomy movement is not the personal inheritance of the Chief Secretary or any political leader or party. It belongs to the people, and any process that seeks to undermine the future of this island without their full or without the people's full and informed participation is inherently flawed and fundamentally undemocratic. And Madam Presiding Officer, the Chief Secretary in his contribution also indicated that once the bills come back to the Parliament, it means that there will be consultations, it means that people will be involved, the THA assemblymen will be involved. But, Madam Presiding Officer, that was not included in the motion, and history shows that even when we agree to something here, the Chief Secretary does otherwise. And how can we guarantee consultation when the people of Tobago don't even have a guaranteed seat in the cabinet, Madam Presiding Officer? No member of Tobago currently sits in the cabinet of Tobago, of the cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago, that is now currently being asked to co-author legislative amendments to define our future. So what is the assurance that can be given to the people of Tobago that our voices and our aspirations will be honored? And again, we say this is not empowerment, this is delegated permission. The inclusion of authority, not the real, it's an illusion, sorry, of authority, and it's not the real thing. So now we are expected to embrace this process because it is wrapped in urgency and policy language of autonomy. And again, Madam Presiding Officer, I want to urge this House, let us step back a bit and really take a look and understand what true self-determination and autonomy means for all of us. Because if we recall as well at the last sitting that we debated this autonomy and the bills before the Parliament, most of the members on the other side who stood up to contribute to the debate had a different view of what autonomy really means. And Madam Presiding Officer, if we are really true and if we are really committed to granting greater autonomy for Tobago, we will go back to the people just as the Chief Secretary indicated in December. The Chief Secretary has not indicated in his contribution today why his position is different. What is different today when compared to December of last year? Why was it okay and why was it needed to have additional consultation, and those additional consultations are not required at this time? In the Chief Secretary's own words, he said today that the people are consultation fatigued. Why has the posture changed? And again, we are asking, is it because we did not want to collaborate, or we did not want to work with the previous central government? We did not want to give the previous central government under the People's National Movement credit for granting autonomy? Because if we look at the bills that were currently before the Parliament then, we would see that it was a stark improvement to what we currently have as Act 40 of 1996. And in that regard, Madam Presiding Officer, I would like this House to consider withdrawing the motion until meaningful public consultation is conducted in communities across Tobago. I would also want to recommend that we establish a Tobago-wide committee which comprises of our citizens from civic organizations, faith groups, cultural stakeholders, the business chamber, political organizations, and legal experts to shape Tobago's negotiating mandate and to shape the future of Tobago. And I also want us to consider that we return to a people-first model where every Tobagonian has a voice and no final decision is made without their direct participation. So to accept the motion in its current form is to betray the very principles we claim to defend. Let us not be the generation that traded Tobago's rightful autonomy for political convenience. Let us not be that generation. Let us be the generation that is inclusive and works together for the advancement for the people of Tobago. And with this, Madam Presiding Officer, I want to reiterate that we oppose this motion until it includes the people. I thank you, Madam Presiding Officer.
Presiding Officer, on a point of order. Now that the Secretary of Tourism is here, will we at some point revisit the questions?
No. Chief Secretary, you may now join the debate to wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, having listened to the minority, I expected that they would have some challenges with comprehension, but I did not expect that they would have challenges with mathematics. The minority leader is trying to position himself as being a leader for 35,000. He's trying to sum up all the people that did not either support my party or voted in the election. But if we are to use that mathematical logic, then really and truly there are 41,872 people who did not support the PNM in the last election. So really and truly, who is he really representing? Save and except his district. And if, in fact, as he said, he has been hearing the voice of Tobagonians from Palatavia and from Belgarden and in Crown Point, then he would have heard about the licking that they were going to get before they got it. You see, this notion in this House that somehow Tobagonians must only make steps at the dictates of the PNM is an offensive one. very offensive. It is so offensive that the goodly gentleman and his party can't even properly concede a defeat in an election. Offensive that they somehow think that they have some navel string tied into governance, that their way and their way alone must work. And Tobagonians, I'm not giving way unless it's a point of order. Unless it's a point of order.
A point of clarification. No, the Chief Secretary is claiming that the PNM did not properly concede, and the PNM conceded even before at 9 p.m. properly so. So I just wanted to clarify that. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. You see, I don't know, sometimes in defeat they get kind of tizzy, right? That to this day they can't even allow for the new government to settle into office properly. They're just trying to make confusion where there is none. And I can tell you because we experience it, right? No goodwill in defeat. But that's beside the point. You see, there's a word I really want to use, but I don't know if it is parliamentary or not. So you will have to guide me, Madam Presiding Officer. I don't know if the word hypocrisy is parliamentary or not. But if it is not, I'll use the word pietism. Because I want to talk about the pietism of the PNM, which came out today. Because this issue with pietism rarely is reflected in Scripture when it talks about having a form of godliness, but denying the power thereof. About the people who shout, Lord, Lord, but God has not time to hear their prayers. They're not heaven bound. Pietism, trying to project themselves as pious proponents of government, when in fact they're the furthest thing from that. Their sins red like scarlet and need to be washed white as snow. But, Madam Presiding Officer, first thing I want to say is that in my presentation, I took care to talk about the issue of greater autonomy. In fact, I did not even mention the term self-determination or the right to self-determination. And I'll get to the member for Roxo Argyle shortly. One of the first questions the minority leader asked is the issue of how is that to be defined. And I am clear on record, including today, into saying that Tobago and Tobagonians had a process that led to bills that went down to the parliament, and that is the starting point. I have not come here to propose a new bill. I didn't come here to say we should do something different from what Tobagonians did up at Signal Hill in 2014. As a matter of fact, when I searched the records, it's called the Motion of Signal Hill, and that refers to a significant event in Tobago's history where a meeting held at Signal Hill Secondary School. The gathering convened by the Convention of the People of Tobago in 2014 focused on exploring Tobago's autonomy and self-governance, particularly in its relationship with Trinidad. And this is from our own Officer Chief Secretary page. So in other words, the people of Tobago met in 2014, decided we wanted some things, sent it down to Parliament, and whether the minority leader wants to hear it or not, Rowley and his team changed, abridged, took out what they didn't want without properly consulting Tobagonians, and then came back and said, take this or leave it. When Tobagonians sent bills to the Parliament, you know what it included? A bicameral house, 2 houses. When it came back, they removed that completely without putting any mechanisms in place to check and balance. Yet, they're here today at about pietism, piously talking about respecting the people of Tobago and people of Tobago's voice. Where is the respect for the people of Tobago in that? When Orville sent the bill down to Parliament, he had clear definition for what is Tobago and the authority for Tobago, including Tobago waters. His party all over the island saying they were 200 miles. Half of them can run a measuring tape anywhere. 200 miles. When Rowley bill came back, not a single mile there Where is respect for the voice of the people of Tobago? That is hypocrisy. That is pietism, Madam Presiding Officer. And so, to stand in this house and behave as though somehow we are muffling, stifling, choking the voice of Tobagonians is being unreal. In fact, they are being unserious at this point. I said clearly in the opening that we are restarting the conversation from the Orville bill. I said that clearly. I have said it multiple times in the space, even while the last bills were before the Parliament. I said, as far as I'm concerned, that remains the last authoritative voice Tobago have for a position on this thing called autonomy. I am also clear in saying that the same fate that befell the Kamala Prasad-Bissessar Bill of 1993 is what happened to the Keith Rowley Bill, the last one, of 2024, well, bills of 2024. Sorry, the Kamala Bill of 2013, apologies. Because both arrangements did not properly consult the people of Tobago. For Tobagonians who are listening, when we draft a motion, and member for Roxburgh Argyle, this is a motion, not a bill. This is a motion, not a bill. When we draft a motion is concise. A motion does not speak to every single specific action. And in this motion, there is nowhere in this motion it says that there will be zero consultation with the people of Tobago. And I thought that if the minority felt it was so important for that to be stated in the motion, that they would have preferred at least an amendment. But instead, lazy approach came with a prepared speech, right? I don't know if this prepared speech coming from Trinidad or still,
members,
or if
members,
yes.
Assemblyman, I go simply have a seat. Again, I'm going to remind you of the protocols of this House. When a member is speaking, you do not interrupt. Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. As at the point of saying, I don't know if the speeches are still coming across the water to be read in the House. By now, they should realize that's a failing political strategy. But without fail, true to form, very predictable, you could have gotten the minority and their response. I want to say on the record that the matrix that was sent to Parliament, the aid memo that was sent to Parliament, that all those documents were published publicly, not just to members of this House, but for the entire country to see what's in those documents. Those were published publicly. Secondly, well, maybe this is about third now, I wish to correct the historical record, because both members tried to change the record to make it seem as though PNM was always in support of this autonomy for Tobago. Here is the reality. In one instance, they made up the majority of the Parliament. The sum total of their support was just voting for a watered-down bill because they refused to accept the recommendations from Simongal. Yes. Refused. Felt it was too much for Tobago. Refused. And in 1996, Robinson had to water down that bill, water down the constitutional arrangement, because that was the only way he was going to get support from an incalcitrant minority in the Parliament then. I agree with him that the biggest mistake Robinson made is that when it was 33-3, that he did not give Tobago the full thing. I agree with him. But perhaps if he had done that, he would have get more than a gunshot wound. They might have killed him dead then. Because some of his supporters...
Members...
Some of his supporters...
Members... I understand that this is a very spirited motion, but I am going to caution you for the last time, Assemblyman Augustine. Please be mindful of your words. You may continue.
No. I was just talking about the historical account of the fact that we had a prime minister where large numbers of Trinis, supporters of the Red Brigade, who felt that he was giving Tobago too much. Because Tobago get a little international airport for the first time. Poor fella, right? And a little duck pond down there. Poor fella, we had to wait until between 86 to get some kind of international port and airport. Trying to move mountains in 5 years. They nearly kill him, man. So if you give away the whole thing, they might kill him dead. But I want to correct the record to show precisely how PNM and specifically Tobago PNM felt. And I want to read an ex-cockroach paper according to the member for Roxburgh Argyle. From the 10th of February 1978, there are 2 headlines in the newspaper. One, PNM against Tobago internal self-government. Yes. And the second headline in the same paper is PNM against Tobago internal self-rule. And in this article, Madam Presiding Officer, we had the following people representing PNM Tobago. Miss Cynthia Alfred, does that name ring a bell? Member of the PNM General Council, employed in the Division of Culture of the Ministry of Education and Culture. Mr. Rennie Matthews, an alderman and chairman of the St. Patrick County Council. Mr. Pitt, spokesman for the delegation, outlined to the committee that the ways and means to which the PNM went about gaining a consensus on the issue of internal self-government for Tobago. The consensus as outlined in the party's memorandum was that it rejected the proposition of internal self-government for Tobago. So when Robinson and Murray and them wanted internal self-government for Tobago, they went and had their own consultation in Tobago. I hear people sign a petition. I wasn't born yet. I hear some sign with left hand, some sign with right hand, and toe and all kind of thing to make up the numbers, and went to the parliamentary committee to say Tobago don't want internal self-government. That's the record of PNM Tobago. They never wanted it, and not behaving like they want it more than everybody else. That is the fact. So don't come and talk about historical record. And as for the member for Roxburgh Argyle, he keeps misunderstanding the fact that the terms autonomy and self-determination, that they are strong relatives. No, they're even cousins. They are siblings. They are inextricably linked. One does not go without the other. As it is right now, yes, we have some degree of autonomy. And that's why I always use the phrase greater autonomy, meaning we want more than what we have. But as it stands right now, we do not have any autonomy to determine for ourselves what kind of government we want. We can come in this house as the last motion, and I'm thankful for the member for Scarborough Mount Grace, who pointed out that the last motion this house had before it was squashed to join Trinidad was a motion that says that if we become dissatisfied with Trinidad, we will leave the union and return. That is the last thing that happened in this house before we joined forcefully in an arranged marriage with Trinidad. Since then, there is nothing in law, and the minority that mentioned the term right to self-determination too. Not even in those last 2 bills, nothing in those bills that give the people of Tobago the right to decide for themselves what form of government they want. Nothing in those bills will allow Tobagonians subsequently, or if they are passed, to wake up one morning and decide if Tobagonians want to leave the union and become independent. Nothing. And one of the cautions I want to give the member of Roxburgh Argyle is this. And I want to ask him in his absence as usual. I want to ask him how many people he consulted, who he consulted with, when were those consultations, who tell him Tobagonians say that that's what they want. The last thing Tobagonians said that they wanted from that convention of the people in 2014 that was sent down to the parliament through former Chief Secretary Orville London did not in any way sound or seem like Tobagonians wanted to leave the union, that's Trinidad and Tobago. It was not there. Can anybody in this house say when last a poll was done to see how many Tobagonians favor leaving the union or staying in the union? So why is the member for Roxburgh Argyle advancing a position as though that is the position of the people of Tobago when it is his personal dream for an independent Tobago? And let's be fair, many of us in here have individual opinions about how this union should work. I have those independent opinions too. And Private Farley Augustine sometimes feel as though we're better off just walking away from this whole relationship. But Chief Secretary Farley Augustine respects the fact that Tobagonians have never given me that mandate. And until Tobagonians give me that mandate, I am not going to advance that. And so the member for Roxburgh Argyle, I want to challenge him. Commission a poll around the whole island. Do a non-binding referendum if you want. I have spoken about referendum being an easy way for Tobagonians to more or less decide we want this or we don't want that. People just vote. Okay? But right now our constitution doesn't allow for a referendum. So if we have one, it will be a non-binding referendum. And so I thank the member for Roxburgh Argyle for his recital of the history for the umpteenth time. But for the umpteenth time, we will remind him that autonomy and the right to self-determination are inextricably linked. Further, the right to self-determination is a human right. And sometimes I wonder whether it is something that someone can give or not. Like we all have this right to exist, the right to have family, the right to form associations, to join groups, freedom of worship, freedom of speech. And similarly, the right to self-determination as enshrined. And he should go back and listen to my presentation on the 10th of November, 2024, where I did a live broadcast discussing this concept of the right to self-determination and what is consistent with Tobago's position. This motion, Madam Presiding Officer, again, it does not present any new bill on behalf of the people of Tobago. It does not present any new position on behalf of the people of Tobago. It simply says that on behalf of the people of Tobago, there are some actions that both the Tobago House of Assembly and the central government must take. More than that, Madam Presiding Officer, the motion as presented demonstrates that this government is willing to work with anybody who is willing to accord unto the people of Tobago the autonomy, the levels of autonomy that the people of Tobago want at this time. I have been clear in saying that there will be no supporting policy paper to be transmitted to the Prime Minister that won't be public first. Let me be clear in saying that a motion can, in fact, be transmitted to the Prime Minister legally. Bills can be sent down to Parliament, but the contents of a motion can, in fact, be transmitted to the Prime Minister. Every year, at the end of the year, we sit here and we make motions, and you, the clerk, at Christmas, will transmit the contents of that motion to the President, the Prime Minister, the Chief Justice, opposition leader, all sorts of people. So that is perfectly legal and normal, and so we shouldn't pay much attention to the bush lawyerism that we sometimes hear in this House. Again, this motion resolves to do 4 things. The first thing is that we welcome the new positioning of the government and the Prime Minister. We welcome it. And let me go on record to say that the moment this positioning changes, it also will change and color whatever relationship I as Chief Secretary on behalf of the people will have with the Prime Minister. Because while some say Tobago first, being in this position for 3.5 years has brought me to a place of Tobago only. I really not even concerning myself with what they want to do in Trinidad for Trinidadians. That's their business. I have come to a place at Tobago only at this point. And so anybody, including the current Prime Minister, anybody who in any way will intervene in a manner that disrupts Tobago's quest and dream for autonomy, greater autonomy, will first meet me at the front of the battle. Second to that, the second resolution says that the Attorney General and the Chief Parliamentary Council must work with the THA. And I see members of the minority having objections to that, which is strange. Because I participated, I spoke before joint select committees, and the leadership was members of parliament. I don't know that this house could pass the bill or the law. I don't know that we should not be working with the Attorney General and the Chief Parliamentary Council. In fact, Act 40 of 1996 says that the Chief Parliamentary Council should be doing work in Tobago based on the 6th schedule. Sorry, the 7th schedule. The 7th schedule, not 6th, 7th schedule. And I don't know working with them somehow reduces our authority. We were working with them to get town country planning. And after all the agreements and everything in place, I even brought this a motion here first. Do all the steps. In fact, the only time Mr. Hodge Charles returned to this house after ceasing being a member of this house was to sit in the gallery and to listen to me present that motion in this house. In fact, he drafted the motion. The minority didn't support it because they were of the position that we should not be fighting for town country planning. We don't have any authority there. Again, that is the definition of sellout. That is the definition of a mind so entrapped by neo-colonialism. Can't get out. I recommend watching the movie Get Out to the minority. And so working with them is so that we are basically saying, while we are working on getting the greater autonomy, while we are working on getting the ideal bill before Parliament, there are some things in Act 40 of 1996 that we could do right now. Right now. We don't have to wait. We don't need to wait to get a larger percentage of the pie, as the Secretary for Finance, Councillor Roberts, spoke about. We don't need to wait to force all businesses in Tobago to pay their taxes in Tobago. We don't need to wait to get town country planning in Tobago or valuations department. And I know the member for Roxbury Argyle clearly was not listening, because I did in fact list out several areas from the 5th schedule that we have to work on. I listed them out. And they included town country planning. They included environment, valuations department. It included education to an extent, customs and excise, licensing, statistics and information, public utilities, air and seaports. I listed it. I listed it. But again, some people have problems with comprehension, and I believe it is deliberate, being done deliberately in hopes that Tobagonians will not have an appreciation for facts. Finally, ultimately, we have asked that the government look at the previous autonomy bills.
Member, you have 4 minutes remaining.
Sure, that's more than enough. We have asked that the government review the autonomy bills that passed through the parliament before. So we are asking them to start from scratch. We are asking the government to go and write a new bill, review, have the input, have the inclusion of the Tobago House of Assembly, Let us identify areas of consensus and refinement, and then we could reintroduce to the Parliament, which is what they refuse to do all the time. Because we would not have been here because we keep saying, don't start from scratch. Take up back what Mr. London sent to you, and let us fix the areas of separation or dissonance or disagreement between the two pieces of documents. And they refuse to do it. Refuse to do it. And to me, that's a simple request. That's not even a difficult request. And I thought that given the minority felt that there should be inclusion of the people of Tobago, although I've stated clearly in my opening that the people of Tobago must be consulted, and that I will remain consistent in not supporting any bill where the people of Tobago are not given prior consultation, I thought they might have made an amendment there and include the people of Tobago. So, Madam Presiding Officer, I'm going to help them and propose an amendment now. And I'm going to propose in the second to last paragraph, right after THA, it now reads, and be it further resolved that the government review all previous versions of the autonomy bills with input from the THA and the people of Tobago, identify areas of consensus and refinement, and reintroduce the bills in Parliament at the shortest possible period. So we are just including the words and the people of Tobago after THA. And the final resolution says, and be it further resolved that the Chief Secretary transmits this motion and a supporting policy paper to the Prime Minister at the earliest opportunity following its passage. Again, I give the commitment that the policy paper will not be transmitted until everybody sees it. Everybody sees it. We may not have full agreement from everybody. That's how democracy works. But we will go with the majority voice. I wish to end by telling the people of Tobago, Madam Presiding Officer, that we have been at this for a very long time. We should not be here still. I thank the member First Cameron Grace for an important observation. It took 6 months for Great Britain to give this country its independence. 6 months. 6 months. This THA 44 years old. I remember saying it should take an next 3 years. 6 months for our first country. 6 months. West Indian Federation mash up. Jamaica go on their way. 6 months it took for us to get all the approvals and constitution. 6 months. And yet this country, birthed out of colonialism, cannot rid itself of colonialism by doing right by the people of Tobago. That is an indictment against the government of Trinidad and Tobago, period. For all these years since independence. Now is the time. I thank you, Madam Presiding Officer.
Honourable Member, your amendment unfortunately cannot be done. The question was already proposed and accepted by the House without any opposition.
Okay, no
So
problem.
the amendment cannot be executed at this time. So the question put is, whereas the Tobago House of Assembly, THA, is assigned responsibility for key areas under the 5th schedule of Act 40 of 1996, and whereas limitations in legislative authority, regulatory control, and financing continue to affect the THA's ability to fully execute these responsibilities, and whereas since 1977, following the parliamentary motion moved by the Honourable A.N.R. Robinson calling for internal self-government, the people of Tobago have consistently pursued greater autonomy to manage their own affairs more effectively.
And whereas the newly elected government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago has pledged improved collaboration with the THA, be it resolved that this Assembly welcomes that commitment and signals its readiness to work with the government to advance Tobago's development. And be it further resolved that the government, through the Attorney General and the Chief Parliamentary Council, work with the THA to expand its legislative and regulatory authority over key areas in the 5th schedule, and to draft the necessary legal amendments in collaboration with the THA's legal team. And be it further resolved that the government review all previous versions of the autonomy bills with input from the THA, identify areas of consensus and refinement, and reintroduce the bills at the shortest possible period. And be it further resolved that the Chief Secretary transmit this motion and a supporting policy paper to the Prime Minister at the earliest opportunity following its passage. Sorry?
Can I put a question to you on a point of order before I put the question to a vote, please?
Can I hear the question?
Sure. Standing Order 41.3 says, an amendment to a motion may be moved and seconded at any time after the question upon the motion has been proposed by the presiding officer and before it has been put by the presiding officer at the conclusion of the debate upon the motion. When all amendments have been disposed by the presiding officer, shall then put the question on the original motion or the motion as amended as the case may require. So 41.3 seems to say it can be put at any time once you have not already put the question to the House at the conclusion for a vote, Madam Presiding Officer. So I wish to ask, Madam Presiding Officer, that you reconsider your earlier ruling based on 41.3 of the standing orders.
Consulting with the clerks, the secretariat, amendments are supposed to be put up for debate as well. Time for debate has since wrapped up. You are actually concluding your motion. So, my ruling stands on this matter. The motion remains the same. I will now put it to the House. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any against, say no. Division. Mr. Clerk?
Assemblyman Sergio Hackett, member for Bethesda Lekoto, how do you vote?
Aye.
Assemblyman Fali Augustine, member for Pallival Lansome, your side, how do you vote?
Aye.
Assemblyman Dr. Faith Brebner, member for Belgrade Glamorgan, how do you vote?
Aye.
Assemblyman Ian Pollard, member for Misenol Mariah, how do you vote? Aye. Assemblyman Trevor James, member for Scarborough-Mongoose, how do you vote? Aye. Assemblyman Niall George, member for Plymouth Blackrock, how do you vote? Aye. Assemblyman Wayne Clark, member for Lambo Lowlands, how do you vote? Aye. Assemblyman Terence Baines, member for Bethel New Grange, how do you vote? Aye. Assemblyman Megan Morrison, member for Mount St. George Goodwood, how do you vote?
Aye.
Assemblyman Nigel Tate, member for Singer Hill Patience Hill, how do you vote? Aye. Councillor Tasha Boris, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councillor Petal Ann Roberts, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councillor Orlando Kerr, how do you vote?
Aye.
Minority Councillor Petal Daniel Benoit, how do you vote? Assemblyman Kelvin Morris, member for Dalsim Wim, how do you vote?
Abstain.
According to this study,
Members, the results of the division, 13 yes, 2 abstain.
Motion passed.
Motion for adjournment.
Leader of Assembly Business.
Madam Presiding Officer, I beg to move that this House now stands adjourned for a date to be fixed.
Honorable members, the question put is that this House now stands adjourned for a date to be fixed. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against say no. The ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned for a date to be fixed. Honorable members, pleasant evening.
For our Bicentennial celebrations, we are going to fully immerse you in Tobago's legislative history.
We are going to show you the importance of understanding oneself for the present and future development of our people. And for us, it all starts here.
The celebration starts today, April 23. This marks the day that Governor F.P. Robinson laid the foundation stone for construction of the building in 1821. It took 4 years for the building to be completed, and it is considered to be one of the best examples of Georgian architecture in the region. Today, it stands uptown Scarborough for 2 centuries, and you get a chance to touch 200 years of history at this year's Night of Mystery, Saturday, 26 April 2025. It's a tour of the building, but with a twist.
We kick off the first event for our babies, our future. We wanted to find a unique and creative way of including our preschoolers in our celebration. Little Voice, Big Heritage gives our preschoolers the opportunity to do a little research with the help of mommy, daddy, and of course the teachers, to script a verse about anything legislative and present it to an audience. We'll even help by providing a breakdown of our legislative history from 1825 to 2025 for you to choose from.
The month of May is going to be jam-packed with activities for our young debaters as the highly anticipated primary plenary caravan. Our staff will visit all primary schools and begin training sessions from May 12th. Last year was definitely a learning curve for us. As we visited schools, we quickly learned our primary schoolers wanted to know more. And in an effort to fulfill our mandate of engaging and educating at all levels, we have decided to include their voices in the much talked about autonomy discussions. What will be presented? We just have to wait and see when these primary school students take over the House to hold their debate on Thursday, June 12, 2025.
Listen, we have a full calendar of events on our website. If you scan this code, it will take you straight to all the dates. There's our weekly web series on myths and memories. We tell the stories you love and easy to remember for you to share with your friends and family starting in May.
If you want a deep dive into what really happens in Tobago and not what's just in the books you've read, you'll want to be a part of our panel discussion. Tobago historians, former assemblymen, youth debaters will engage in thought-provoking discourse. Look out for This Is Us, Legacy Cultural Celebrations.
During the Tobago Heritage Festival, we would show how Tobago's legislature affected people's lives. People were restricted from becoming members of the Assembly Legislature. But with the number of landed Tobagonians, things started to change. Find out more at our Tobago Heritage Festival presentation in July.
The Assembly Building housed a critical part of our island's history. Through various mediums, we will host our first ever exhibition at the Tobago Fine Arts Center at Fort King George. The People's Gala is in September. It is a celebration that pays recognition to the men and women who define us. We will honor the members who fought for where we are today.
In October, we end our Bicentennial celebration with a dedication ceremony to recognize the Assembly Building as a heritage site.
Check out our socials regularly for updates or go to tobagolegislature.org for details.
All things flow from here. And when we think of that phrase, it's supposed to evoke some form of feeling, be it nostalgia or whatever it might be. The fact remains that when we think of Tobago, this building is the one place to which everything flowed, be it churches, courthouses, library, finance,
post office.
This is us. Everything flows from here.
Okay? I'm sure when I go home, it's an Adventist school. When I go home, it's 3 o'clock. You could do your chores and then after go to your homework. That is part of it.
The Assembly Legislature is at it again for round 2 of the primary plenary debates. We are on the move. We are going to all the primary schools near you, gathering participants to participate in our primary debate.
Homework causes stress. Stress causes health issues, and you could end up in the hospital. And that way, you can't do any homework and you might miss a lot of school. Homework helps you with extra revision. When you're preparing for tests, homework also helping you. You know, sometimes people get hot, especially sitting down next to some people. And when you know you join 2 classes together, your place starts to get hot, so you know how to get some AC. You know?
The reason we should not have AC is because it will be too expensive.
Children will drink out all their water at the beginning of school and will not have any water for the rest of the day. Some persons would not be able to last in the air condition due to illnesses such as asthma, sinus, and etc.
Our third point is for more sporting activities for the children. Instead of refixing the field, you can spend the money on better school feeding, and you can also better the education.
We are trying to bridge the gap between the policymakers and the youth of this generation, making them part of the decision-making process by giving them a platform to express their opinion on issues that affect them in their everyday lives. So we are coming to you, primary schools, be ready.